fun ones.
Yeah, get out, guys. I just want to be with the ladies.
That's okay. It's all right. I'll just get from there. Thanks, Taylor. Thank you.
They better put up this jungle photo.
More.
It's alright.
Nah, you picked
Oh
up
my
9
God.
phones. Just 9 phones.
No,
That's mine.
No.
Can you cut out wide to cover? Yeah, thank you.
All players and dealers in the
took my chair.
Dealer seat is seat 2. The button is seat 2.
Elizabeth, he doesn't need a chair. He doesn't need it.
3 or more into the table. Shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you.
Not for me. Someone else is doing
Where's my phone?
So, I'm here.
Where's the button? Can you go on to?
Push my seat a bit.
Forward.
Yeah, please.
That's it.
Thank you.
You right?
Yeah. What a gentleman.
About to find out for you.
Can I get back up?
No, thank you.
Very nice. What's the flavor?
Something mint. It's got a liquid scent to it as well. Lemon lime, there you go.
Rightio, everybody, welcome back. We are finally at the final 9 of the grind. And what an incredible final table we have for you. And no, it's not a replay of the final table from last night. Dipper is here again, and he has the chip lead. So we might just wait for the numbers to pop up a little bit before we recap the entire event and chip stacks, but you're going to see a lot of notable faces on this final table. You can already see Naman Mirza spun up, sub 4 or 5 big blinds to be in this position, I believe. But in seat 1, Igor Seibel, what a story this would be. He won the grind just in Adelaide a couple of months ago. Back-to-back winner of the grind would be simply an astonishing feat, and who can forget that huge score at the APO in Sydney. What a couple of months for Igor. Another final table.
Thanks, Ryan. Good
And
luck, guys.
searching
Have
for
fun.
back-to-back grind championships. Seat 2, the enigmatic and wild Mark Price with 1.3 million chips. We saw a lot from Pricey leading up to the final table. And he's got a stack that's going to be able to do a lot of damage at this tournament. Seat 3, we saw a lot of play from William. Loves playing hands, loves taking any 2 cards to the streets. He's going to make things interesting. And in seat 4, what a story it would be if Anya Asmai won the grind here at APT. She focused on this tournament, and it was her goal for a long time, and all the way from those back card rooms in Russia. Here for everyone at the APT, she's got that APT patch on. Seat 5, Naman Mirza, 1.3 million chips, needs no introduction. His last 6 months, he's probably been one of the winningest players in Australia, live and online. His scores have been incredible. Seat 6, Elizabeth, 549,000 chips. Seat 7, the inevitable and the incredible Dipper, 1.73 million chips. Good for a chip lead of math I can't even do. The closest stack is 1.2 million. Seat 8, We have Naira with, that's our short stack, 273,000 chips. And the man in seat 9 needs no introduction, a fellow commentator and poker coach, Corey Van Jarzeveld, as I welcome you back into the booth. Harvey Silver.
Lovely rundown on a great mix of players too. I love this final table because we've got, as you've mentioned, a couple of names that will be known to everybody out there, a couple of players who are seriously recreational players who find themselves on the table, and no question that for each of them there would be a great story if they can go right through and win this. Poor Anya looks over to her left and sees Noman sitting there. It's a pretty tough spot.
She's definitely drawn the worst seat for sure and certain.
Now I think we saw some, just before we got to the final table and went on the break, we saw some really good field players there from Anya. She folded a couple of hands that you were sure she was going to play, and they finished up being really good folds, and she played a couple that you know, were marginal, and they were just on feel. So
5 folds, 6 folds,
not terrible.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Very
9 folds.
interesting.
Alright, we're running a mini main flip. Mini main flip. 1 in 5. We need to win a ticket to the mini main. Every seat is $50 each. 1 in 5. If you want to enter this flip, please raise your hand, and Andy will come over and grab your money and let you choose your seats. Players in with these freeze out. Got 4 minutes left on the break.
Sorry, as we just work out a few issues here in the booth, but we believe we're back here and we've gone through the rundown of the stacks, and we'll probably do that again as the stream numbers build up.
8 folds.
As Will picks up ace king suited. Harvey, we've talked a lot of poker stories in the last couple of streams. Last night was very story and APT related, and we haven't gone through a lot of hands, and even leading up to the hand for hand part of the tournament and right up until now. But here we're going to be speaking a lot about the hands because it's a function of our stacks. With so much real money, consider ICM, and all these spots are going to be really big, and going to hope to take these through, take these spots as much as we possibly can.
And you'll take the lead on all of that, mate, talking about the actual hands. Well, one of the things I do say every time I get on the stream is I will never be critical of the way people play, because I just think that everyone has a different style, and you know, to me, it's really easy when you're seeing the whole cards. You know, sometimes you do just go on feel, and you know, people say that was a crazy play, or why did he stay in that hand, or you know, all of that sort of stuff. So I'll leave that to you to analyse the hands.
Maybe I should leave it to you, given how wrong we were in the hour leading up to the final table. Certainly were some unconventional plays as we work the cards out there from the dealer. But
yeah, he had 2 stuck together there.
Certainly a lot of unconventional stuff that led us into the final table, especially, you know, we saw the jam there to get us to the final 9 with Antoine Follett jamming King 7-0 there from the cutoff for 13, and you know, Anya putting that in with the ace-jack and having to get lucky again on the river after the king came on the turn.
Yep, and do you think there's been a short chat to the dealers down there that when we do get into that situation, maybe just build the drama a little bit more. Don't flip those turn and river cards over so quickly, because it even took us a little while to catch up on what was going on there.
I had no idea. Oh, straight.
So, yeah, let's build the drama. Higor picking up jacks here. Dipper's raised it up with his ace-5.
Now, you might be surprised to see a player that is known to be, you know, he's just a player that loves putting us in spots and playing a lot of hands. Just call here with the pocket jacks. Simply something that we're going to be harping on a lot from now until the end of this final table. Simply just a function of our stacks being worth so much money, and you know those passive ICM lines are going to be prevalent throughout this final table, especially from really studied players like Naman, Anya and Higor. That's why you're going to see something like this call here from Higor with the pocket jacks. Hopefully we can take you through these spots as they go, but
and a flop that Higor would be banking on, just calling with jacks there. This is a flop that he was hoping to see, clearly.
This is, once we decide that we're going to call with jacks at this stack depth, you know, I'm unsure we could possibly get a better flop, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Higor go with call, which he has, and we'll see a turn. And just want to know.
I was about to say, you just know that an ace is coming. I was going to say the river, but there it is on the turn.
It might be different for the listeners tuning and the watchers tuning in at home. We knew the ace was coming no matter what.
Exactly.
Not because we've seen the footage, but because it's Dipper.
We've just seen this so many times over the last couple of days here.
You know, now this is a spot that we're always going to get put in no matter what the actual relative hand of Dipper is. You know, if he's got King Queen, King Jack and Queen Jack and 9-10, it's a perfect card for Dipper to really barrel no matter what. So when we choose to call with jacks, you know, we still probably have to defend versus this side and play a river, but you know, with our stacks being worth so much real money, Higor's now in a really difficult spot.
But Higor's going to know that whatever, if an ace comes there, virtually whatever Dipper's holding, there's every chance he's just representing the ace. And Higor's going to know this. And again, you know, we see the whole cards, and people at home, I'm sure, are going, well, surely he knows he's got an ace. He's bet 220. He's going to fold, but not at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite, isn't it?
Correct. The only thing here potentially is Higor does block a lot of those bluffs. King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 9, which he's going to be wary of. And I don't think that, you know, this will likely go check now, I think. Dipper, there's a lot of 10s in Higor's range in which Dipper, we may not have called those on the turn, but I'm not sure it's a safe card.
Are you serious? This is Dipper, mate.
No.
You reckon he's going to check here?
I wouldn't be surprised, just because of what this specific card is. I think if it's an 8, we value bet. You know, as a lot of other cards.
Yeah, good.
Actually,
no, he's quite happy to take. That's a big pot. I mean, he's more than happy to take that down.
You know, I think that's always going to go check, just because of what that specific river is. And you know, you got to always remember too, both those flush draws miss. So. Dipper's going to have to think that any of those floats or flush draws called the flop, Dipper's now got a hand that probably isn't worth 3 streets. You know, it might just be a really good bluff catcher versus Higor, and with Higor's specific hand, it's always just going to go check there. And that ace on the turn gets Dipper well over 2 million chips.
I think he's 2.3. It's a lot. And I mean, the other thing we need to consider here, of course, the stream is on a half-hour delay, but they had a half-hour break, and I'm sure that the rail of these players is probably telling them what was happening prior, and Dipper was playing hands that were far from premiums, and you know, and so that information would have been conveyed.
Absolutely.
And as a result of that, I think Dipper's smart enough to go, well, I'm not going to play like that anymore, because they're all probably thinking I'm playing like that. So, you know, he's going to change gears here.
There's no doubt about it.
Because I mean, on the basis of what we saw earlier, he doesn't check that ace earlier in the tournament. He's betting that, you know, for value or so. Yeah, he's already changed just on one hand. I think you can see that he's playing far more conventional poker. Exactly what you said. I think this will go check because that's the conventional way to play it.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been playing conventionally, so
Don't ever underestimate Dipper's skill.
yeah.
You know, we might see Dipper show down some really funky stuff sometimes, but when the cards are on the line, when the money's on the line and the cards are in the air, he's a very, very clever player, and we just saw that there as well. So just underestimate Dipper's genuine skill at your peril.
So this is, again, we've only been playing 3 or 4 hands, but I think this is the second or third junk hand that we've seen William raise. Anya calls the raise out of the big blind.
Now, once we call our 10-6 suited here,
Yeah, what are you hoping to see?
well, just in terms of our flop, you know, we can't fold just yet.
No.
Versus this size. We've flopped our pair, and we know our opponent can have a lot of this junky stuff. Anya knows this. Been through this spot many times, and it's going to be really interesting to see what proceeds. We know that one of these kings have been folded, so Will's equity isn't great versus this specific hand, but he does have that spade working as well, so let's see how Anya proceeds.
She lets it go.
Okay, interesting.
It is interesting because I suppose, like you say, if you're playing a 10-6, you know, what are you hoping to see? Well, not an ace, I suppose, not an ace.
Yeah, that's especially against this player. You know, I think that Arnie's just going to assume heavily after that small blind size that it's going to be ace-x heavy, and has decided to, you know, even there are a lot of flops that favour 10-6 suited, but, you know, it's probably always got to see one more and play a turn, but Arnie was very confident on a read there, and I just think that, you know, it kind of doesn't matter what the read is, especially with flopping that pair after calling the raise. We can at least see a turn and reevaluate, but, you know, ICM is makes us play very tight, and she's obviously got that in her mind as well.
I think Williams already signalled that he's here to play. He's not just going to sit on that stack.
He signalled that late last night on
Yep.
stream. It was you know, it was extraordinary, some of the stuff, some of the spots that he was putting players in. He was getting people to fold pairs with Queen High, and you know, Will signalled very early on our coverage at APT this week that you know, he's not going to sit there and wait.
I'm going to get you to talk a little bit about Corey's style for us. You know him very well.
What's your step?
Yes, the biggest
About 350.
spots personally that I've been in my life have all been shared on a final table with Corey. He's always there. You know, he's always there with chips, and you know, I look back on a lot of you know, a lot of times where me and Corey have been on those final tables, and he's come out on top more than once. Especially in that Townsville main event, but who can forget right in this very room 3 weeks ago, second in the high roller here at the APL for $55,000. Incredibly studied player, very solver-based, solver-heavy. His clients, you know, will be able to attest to that with his implied odds poker coaching training course that he has, and just a very well-respected, well-rounded player is Corey Van Jarzeveld, affectionately known as CVJ, fellow commentator elsewhere, and we've had many chats about that previously, and you know, such a well-liked fella, and I think that you know, he's certainly working up with the goods here versus Dania.
Got to assume Anya's thinking about a raise here.
It'll be interesting to see how she proceeds with this.
In fact, a fold.
Yeah.
Geez, I like her gut feel. I mean, again, there's, you know, that she's out of the small blind there. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the time, you know, we are just going to be folding that versus once Corey's raising off this 13 big blind stack, you know, ace-8 suited doesn't perform too well, but just in general,
I don't think so.
you know, they're chatting about the hand now, but
Yeah.
you know, usually we are going to see the ace-8 suited go into the muck on this stack distribution, how these stacks are distributed on this final table. But Corey's raise off his stack sizes is alarm bells to Anya, especially. You know, a lot of times we'll just be jamming in that stack with that hand, but Corey's well.
So she's playing the player there, you're saying, as much as anything?
Well, I think that, you know, if we're talking about theory a little, I think that, you know, when we're raising off these stacks, you know, it really shows a sign of strength. It's a very polarized spot. So Corey's either very strong there or very weak, and she's leaning to the fact that Corey's probably going to be on the stronger side and made the correct decision.
He's on the stronger side again here with pocket sevens.
48.
It's the same raise as last hand to 48. Mark's got the suited connectors. Obviously has no clue that two of those sevens are already in Corey's hands. He makes the call for 48. Elizabeth on the big blind, king 2 suited, so she's going to come along at a discount, and it's 3 to the flop.
Interesting if Corey hits his set here.
More for the players in the mini main flight
How unlikely that's going to happen with that 7 in plus hand.
400 big blind ante. So all for the players and dealers in the mini main flight D.
It's a very attractive flop for Elizabeth, though, with the flush draw.
9 checks.
She's hoping to see a free one.
I've seen Pricey take worse hands than this on better flops than this to the streets and put people in spots. He does decide to check, but we're going to see a lot of action from Pricey, especially now. He's turned this flush draw. We know Mark Price will go nowhere, and some of the spots I've seen Pricey put people in.
Well, he's going to have to call an all-in, I think, if he's going to want to see if he's going to get his flush. And I think that's way too much money to gamble on a flush draw.
It does appear that way. I think that, you know, Elizabeth's shown the propensity to really rip in her hands to try and realise that equity. We saw the 6x pot jam with 10 left with that gutter and backdoor flush draw approaching the final table.
Yep.
This is on that type of level.
So
now we're starting to realise how Elizabeth accumulated those chips.
Yes, that was a great push there.
Here, come touch me here.
I'm going to be doing this all night with you, Jinxie. I'm playing the role of the what the hell's going on here, and you explain it to everyone out there. So
sometimes we can't get it all right. But
no, but I do enjoy that because I mean, of course, we've got a lot of people on the stream who are very experienced poker players and know what's going through players' minds and why they're acting the way they do. But we also don't want to leave out people who are, not as educated, if you like, in poker, and we want to try and give them a bit of an insight as well as to why players are playing a certain way. Why in your $1, $2 home game, you'd probably call that or raise, and in a situation like this here, they're actually folding. So,
trying to explain those basic principles to you as we go. I did mention before you jumped on, our player in seat 1, Igor Siebel, won the grind in Adelaide.
Yes.
So
he's going for back-to-back grinds.
Back-to-back grinds. And he had a huge score at APO only just a month ago. So imagine two grinds in a row. What a feat it would be.
So Dipper's got the ace, gets the discount out of the big blind. 3 to the flop again, and it's just a question of whether the ace comes on the flop or after.
The 2 fours.
Can you believe this? My Lord. Honestly, this is just some of the craziest crap you've ever seen. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. We did this for 3 or 4 hours the other night, and it just kept happening. And no one's going to see that. Like, no one sitting there is going to see that.
Dipper here versus You know,
And of course, William's got the flush draw here as well. Norman's got the 9s. No one's going anywhere.
interesting to see how Dipper proceeds. I feel like when we don't hold that ace of diamonds, really good hand to raise here, and Dipper loves betting big with his value, and now he's actually got it for once. And that is a raise that's been cut out for sure and certain. We might look around the 240 mark. Let's see what Dipper chooses.
Okay, and I was about to say William's just going to
5 folds.
go all in here, which he has, and Dipper's called. So Dipper's got to avoid a diamond.
Does it turn at any point? Does it turn? Does the distribution turn
Well,
away from Dipper at any point
No,
this week?
no. I mean,
So you're not backing the diamonds
No,
to come in?
I'd be shocked because it's just the way he's run all week. I would actually be shocked, but you know,
Of course.
Williams still he's at 33%.
There
And there it is. So maybe it has turned. Hang on. An ace. Oh, can you believe that? Okay, and we do not know this is going to happen. People at home think that we've seen this already. That is unbelievable. Again.
Now I'm starting to believe it. Now I'm starting to believe it.
I'm speechless, but I just want to chime in on Dipper saying he's starting to believe.
Yeah.
We believed about Dipper long before this.
Oh, poor William. Oh, like, how fancy going out like that?
So just be careful. All right? Just be careful.
But you know you're behind it.
Oh.
Yeah, I was behind, was I? Yeah.
Goodness me.
I actually raised.
What do you call it, free? Oh, did you raise free?
Jinxie, people at home honestly believe that we know that what's coming up because it's on a delay. We have not seen. We are commentating this as you're seeing it. We do not
you might be
know
lucky you'll be invited
what's
to
happened
get
a half an hour ago
so you
at
might win
all.
a couple of
So,
million.
but there you go. I'm a genius. I
might win a
called the
couple of
ace and
mil
there
just by
it
being
came
there.
out.
Yeah, you do too.
No, well, in fact, I'll correct you. You called that Dipper was going to win. We just didn't know it was going to be the flush first and then the full house second.
All right, everyone.
Dipper,
divide the rest
just
and
to
just give me
repeat to
first.
everyone at home.
Let's listen to him.
That is.
We'll give you 46k just to leave us alone.
It's, okay. Take 50 now, yeah. Anytime.
All right, we might go for a break and we'll come back when he's finished stacking his chips.
Taylor? Thank you, mate.
Have you seen anything like this ever?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
They'll look
You
after me, I'll look
know,
after them.
I got a strong taste on day one, playing Dipper all day, and it's straight into day 2 of that deep stack, and I saw it with my own eyes, but I didn't think it would continue for the next 3 days. I don't feel as bad anymore that he did it to me, but he's done it to everyone else. But I want to reiterate, he's played unbelievably well. He's protected himself. His bluffs have gotten through. His value gets called. He's a competitive beast. Yes, for sure, he's running well. But think about all those hands that he's either sucked out on or won those flips. He's got people to pay him off every single time. He's won those flips. He's won those huge hands every time. This is one of the most unbelievable weeks of poker.
And again, he was 2-1 favourite after the flop as well. So it's not like he's come from nowhere to win that hand. That was a great turn card for William, but you know, obviously then to hit the ace. The only thing would have been better if it was another 4 and he had quads, but
I don't know what to say.
yeah. And we know how aggressive and intimidating a player Dipper is anyway. Now with this chip stack, he is going to boss this table around.
That would have been a big. That would have been. I know he was at 2.3 million. He would have been back down to, you know, close. He would have been back down to less than what he started the final table stack. That was not a small pot.
Oh, no,
that was a really big pot. You know, Will Jam for over 700.
It was 700. Yeah, it was 700, and there was already money in there, so it was probably close to $1 million.
as
And he's got an ace queen here.
In 7 calls.
And Corey pushes with the king jack. Tipper
He's gone
calls.
straight into
You're the
it.
only guy I can't beat.
And okay,
No,
so
not
let's
the
have a
last time I
listen.
beat you in a flip.
Tipper reckons that Corey's the only guy
Actually,
he can't
I
beat.
run
Let's
pretty good
see.
at these.
But I'm running well. At the
You
moment.
are,
I'm
you
running
are.
good at the moment. But
I think
You're
this
the
might be
only
the
guy.
time you get me.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
this might be the time you get me.
Corey doesn't feel good about this.
might be a king jack 10 flop just to make it
Yeah. Yeah.
King Jack is at risk.
I reckon 3 small cards coming out.
queen jack.
Let's see. No, of course
that's
an
gonna
ace
be
comes out.
Absolutely dead.
Of course an ace comes out. He's 3%. He needs runner,
He's
queens,
done.
and he's done.
Yeah, mate.
Wow.
You're not hitting runner against Dipper. I'm going to tell you that right now. As Naman Mirza,
Oh,
Good game, bro.
Naman Mirza's comment over to Dipper is exactly what you, I, and all the viewers are thinking.
second, that's
You're a
the real
sick
question.
human being.
yeah. If you've got any friends who aren't watching this and might want to be thinking about watching some poker tonight, I'd get them to get on now because at this rate we're going to be finished in about half an hour.
Yeah, we didn't shake on it. I said, let's see how many chips you got. That's what I said.
He's just wiping them out one by one.
Yeah, obviously we don't get to a lot of all the comments in the chat with so many viewers and everything popping off. But as someone that's worked in racing for a long time before I've started this and a huge racing fan, I've got to mention this last comment.
I think I'm up for the challenge.
The way that Dipper is running, he would beat Winks in a match race. That could be a more accurate assessment of how Dipper is running. Winks won about 33 races in a row. I'd back Dipper in against her right now.
You're there coming after me. You should be kissing me, making your boyfriend jealous.
No kisses here. Too far. I battle it out. The last blind. Here we go.
Now, usually a change of dealer means a change of luck. We've had a change of dealer. I don't think anything's going to change here at the moment. He's running so good.
We all have our dealers that we feel like, you know, we look down and think, oh, we remember the last 3 or 4 bad beats that they gave us. Princess sitting down to deal here, our feature table, definitely my favourite dealer. I always seem to win a ton of hands when she sits down, but I think it doesn't matter. None of that matters when Dipper's got 3.6 million chips on the final table of the grind. I'm speechless.
Open plays in the collide.
One of the great moments in an earlier APT tour was when Princess actually won a tournament.
Yes.
And she's incredibly popular and all the dealers celebrated like she'd won the World Cup.
I think there was the rail photo was there. You couldn't even see the people that were in it. It was so dense that it was from one side of the to the other.
Hang on a sec. No, now how does Dipper get out of this one? I'm just trying to figure it out. So Higor's flopped the flush. Dipper is going to get running jacks. Is that what?
No,
it's-
3-3.
What does he need? 3-3.
Running
Okay.
3-3.
Just trying to figure out the way he can win. So, right. So careful, Higor. There's a 3 coming on the turn. Just
In all seriousness, this is actually a tournament-changing pot because we're going to probably see Higor check jam over Dipper's bet, and he's got a decision to make. You know, would Higor have jammed a lot of those ace-X offsuit combos that contain a club?
There's the first 3. All right. It's not finished, mate.
Hold on. I just want to get the action. So we've gone 70 and call.
70 and call.
I did call the running 3s.
Yeah,
I called
we
it.
both did.
We know that it was coming on
we
the
said
turn.
that was the only way out. So here we go.
This is going to be interesting
No,
to
it
see
is,
how
but-
Higor proceeds.
Well, Dipper's got also 2 pair here. He's probably genuinely thinking he's ahead. So,
he knows there's no...
so it's all in call here, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, all in call.
snap.
All right.
So it's going to be the 3 of hearts.
So it's a 3 or a jack. A jack will do it as well.
Jack of hearts. Pick your suit. We've got to
I'm
remember
getting up and leaving. I'm getting up and leaving. If it's a jack or a 3, I'm actually getting up and leaving the commentary.
So I get 3, it's game over.
Nah, jeez.
The board did pair. The board did pair.
I did, and I heard that you just
This is just unbelievable. If that was a...
If that was the 3, I'm telling you, I was going. But that is a bit of a hit to Dipper, though. That was a big pot, and Higgle gets back up over $1 million. So it a very, very good player with chips again, Higgle. You don't want to be giving him too many.
On the flop, because Dipper's flopped that top pair
After you see his cards.
and Higgle's flopped the flush, we could see that this is, it's definitely not tournament defining by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a really, really important pot. Higgle is a beast. He's looking for back-to-back wins in the grind. A huge score. He had at APO as well. Now,
Like, he thought he had me dead, right?
Yeah.
Higgle's doubled
And
through.
I said I got out, so you're going, oh, you do.
Dipper. The path to victory for the grind and that $40,000 up top is through Dipper, and that's Higgle's first step. That's a really, really important pot. As I said, it hasn't changed the tournament dynamics too much, but that's one player that Dipper knows he doesn't want to double up again.
No.
No, someone else.
And that wasn't loose play by Dipper by any means. I mean, he had 2 pair in his hand. And
Absolutely not. He's got to open Jack 3 suited there for sure.
Yep.
And once he's turned that 2 pair, I even think if we got into a clicking war on a flop like that, Higgle probably, Dipper probably runs his equity with the top pair there and drawing pretty dead. But I think that, especially after that turn comes, it's always going all in call, and he doesn't want to double up Noman, and he definitely doesn't want to double up Higgle either. But that's just one step on the way to victory for a couple of the other players, and that's through Dipper.
Unstoppable. There's been 2 people out so far, and Dipper's gotten both of them out.
Just to recap, 6 left in the... sorry, I apologise. We've had 2 eliminations from the final table of 9. That's 7 left. $45,000 up top.
Good luck.
That's probably not too relevant. Most of the other players are going to be looking at what we get for second.
Touch Dipper, you'll be fine.
At the moment, with the way the
Touch him and you'll be
deck's
fine.
smashing Dipper in the face, we're probably thinking they're going to be playing for second. But you're never over. Your chances are never over in tournament poker until the last chip is gone. But all of those chips are going to have to come through Dipper.
You need to fold in third.
Oh, sorry. Fuck, that's bad.
All in.
so
We're getting an orbit for
Dipper out of turn there, but Elizabeth has gone all in.
We're looking at... Elizabeth has shown a propensity to whack in and run her equity in huge pots with big overbets, and this ace-5 off in +1 is definitely on the it's on the looser side for sure.
And we keep saying these hands are so pretty. The suited connectors.
There's 20 big blinds. I only can't call. She's just weighing up her options.
Yeah.
She's getting a count, because if this was, 220K, Anya may have to look Elizabeth up here. And don't forget, players have now seen how they were playing against each other on these final 2 tables.
Yep.
Their rails have realised that to these players. As you said, everyone's going to be telling
Sorry. That's better for you.
their own rail how
I'm not
loose
in the
Dipper is
hand.
playing.
You can go in.
And we thought he was going to adjust with that, but he's simply got too many chips.
First time in 4 days.
didn't do on purpose.
So just our TD just having a quick chat about Dipper folding out of turn there, and he does say it's the first time it's happened in 4 days. So he's not a serial offender. So just a little warning there.
I've played an insurmountable amount with Dipper in the last little while. I've never seen him do that, but I think, that warning comes just from the spot that everyone's in. Especially with him folding, that could have played into account Elizabeth's thought process to jam. That's one less player that she has to get through. So maybe, that's what she took into account before she ripped her chips in.
No question.
Pricey, the inevitable man.
And Corey. Did you take him out?
Noman's going to wait and call that small raise, so calls another 45.
21st of June.
So Pricey is a, he's got his own style, and this is a board we'd look to do a lot of betting on in ICM, and just snap checks this one back, for deception against a player as competent as Naman, and if we hit a 10 or a 5 there, we maybe get an extra street out of Naman, but just to see the different styles of play here, I think, basically every other player would have c-bet that, but this is why Mark's accumulated all these chips. He's, he plays big pots with hands and with these hands, and we just see the ace queen on the ace high board get snap checked back. That'll be interesting when that gets relayed to the players. And just want to talk about.
Just before you do, what Dipper should be doing, in all honesty, is telling the people behind him to nick off, because that's why he folded out of turn, because he was talking to someone behind him.
Yeah.
And as Bert in the chat says, in a lot of places, if you fold out of turn, you get a penalty. It's whether you're distracted or whether you've never done it, previously in the tournament. So, yeah, I just think. Yeah, Dipper should probably just sit down and play, but anyway.
I think it's a really important point that Bert's brought up there. It's, Bert's spent a majority of the last 2 years playing overseas, and, that's a really good idea put forward there about getting that one-hand penalty if that does happen, no matter what the circumstances. We did see Martin Ward and Michelle behind Dipper having a chat with him, and that one-hand penalty, as Bert points out, removes the angling aspect. Of course, we know Dipper's never doing that, but in future could be something to look towards too. Don't mind that that suggestion there going forward.
There's a 3-bet here from Elizabeth after Norman raised, and I've got to say I'm very impressed with the way Elizabeth's playing. She's clearly the least experienced player on the table, and again, I'm just really enjoying her feel of what's going on around her. There's no question that Dipper's looking at that chip count ladder, and the 3 players that he doesn't want up his backside are the 3 players that are right behind him in chip count. So that is going to make him wary, because there's no doubt he knows the quality of play of those 3 guys. But, having said that, I think the 2 ladies on the table have shown terrific feel for what's going on. I don't think either of them have actually made a misstep yet. And apart from potentially Elizabeth earlier, she folded a hand that she probably could have played. But, and Mark, is always going to be a danger as well. Anya's got the aces. Okay, let's see if she can get some action out of the cutoff.
C4 raise, 60,000.
And Elizabeth is going to give her that action.
This is going to be interesting because we've seen Elizabeth jam in the ace-5 offsuit.
What have you got behind the... You got no whites? No.
Oh, and Dipper's got a pair.
I think Dipper just jams this in, and Anya will be in incredible shape for a full double.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Dipper doesn't.
Well, there's sort of no point in him
200?
just calling, so he's not going to call, of course. He does raise it.
Sorry, I actually got those stack sizes wrong there. We're always going to see a squeeze, not a jam. Our jam would potentially be too big, but even in ICM, we could potentially still jam this in. Interesting to see how we proceed if we're Anya. If this 3-bet had just come out of the big blind in a single race pot without Elizabeth in, we'd like, Anya could flat here, but I think we're just going to see an all-in, and Dipper will be at a decision because Anya has, this would be an 800, this would be a 1.6, 1.7 million chip pot, and we mentioned about those players that were behind Dipper. He won't want Anya behind him either, and this is going to be interesting to see how we proceed.
Does she potentially want to go three-way?
No, as I said, if Elizabeth wasn't in this hand, you know, we can find some flats here to trap Dipper's really wide squeezing range. And just with Elizabeth calling here in the small blind, unsure if, you know, that's the way we'd want to go. I think we're just going to have to jam and pray Dipper calls this off.
So she hasn't
I think she's
gone
actually
all
clicked-
in.
she's
She's
clicked this
550,
back.
I think she said.
550.
550.
550.
Now Elizabeth has got a decision here, and we've seen some of the hands she's really put players to the test with. It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility, but I think this will hit the mark. And Dipper will have a decision for a really, really big pot. Anya's not a player he wants to double up either. He doesn't want victory to come through his chips. This is one of the most interesting spots we've had it on stream all week. Let's see what happens.
A fold.
She folds. Wow.
800, right?
All right, I don't think he's calling, Jinxie. What do you reckon?
I think. I mean, obviously we're never calling. We're obviously jamming or folding because
Well,
Anya's
that's
still
sorry,
got the 200 behind.
I
but
don't think he's going to stay in this
Yeah.
hand, is what I mean. But
I just don't know. I think back to yesterday when Dipper put it in with sevens in that huge pot versus Ace King, which is probably a spot that he would be hoping he'd be in here. He's really just having a think now. Let's have a think about what's going through Dipper's mind with this click back from Anya. You know, really great squeeze from Dipper, but he's got a decision on his hands.
it's about 15% more of his stack, and he folds.
He's such a clever player.
Wow. And there's silence. There's silence. For the first time on the table, there's silence.
I think, you know, Anya's over 1 million chips now, but there are so many ways in which she could have potentially feels that she could have been outdone. She could have been a little hard done by there. There would be a lot of players that, you know, I reckon if Naman has this stack with the relative hand strength he would have in the big blind, Naman could just jam those middling pairs, and Anya may have doubled up, especially that ace-jack not 3-betting, but she still won a sizable pot with the aces there. It was a really, really interesting hand. But Dipper, we've seen him put these hands in. We've seen him raise all these hands. Look how good he's playing. Look how good he's playing.
Whatever they are. Green.
For me, it's that Anya just re-raised to 550. It almost felt like she was begging for someone to come along with her, and
I think the reason we can do that is because if we have other hands we do that with, and the small blind jams and then Dipper re-jams, say we click back with ace queen or ace jack suited or something like that, we can fold our hand knowing that we're basically pretty much dead. You know, so such a smart click back there, and you know, maybe a jam. Dipper could have called that in, thinking that it was ace king.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. I think if she jammed there's much better chance that he's.
Yeah.
You know,
Anya
she
just
was.
taking the studied route there.
Oh,
Yeah.
she played it. She played it perfectly. I mean, it was a queen there for Anya as well. So nice flop.
But it's just so clever there from Dipper to not rip in the. We were 22 big blinds effective.
Yep.
I would have found it very difficult to not just open jam the sevens there over the raise when that small blind calls. You know, that's a spot where we're not going to be in a lot of the time.
Must
So
have been
once
big.
that small blind over calls,
I'd
very
play it,
hard
good
to
pair.
not just rip the sevens in.
You too.
And Dipper somehow has just
You're
saved
willing to
himself
put that much in?
an extra
I'd say
700,000 chips. I actually might have got Anya's stack wrong there, but the same concept applies. You know, his squeeze is great, and so is his
You're
fold, and
bluffing
he's
there,
playing
eh?
sensational.
If you have just joined us, you're watching the Dipper Show. This has been an incredible display of poker by our chip leader here. And Jinxie, sometimes it's not the chips that you accumulate, it's the chips that you save. And he saved himself a lot of chips there, potentially.
Oh, it is Dipper.
But then again, there's a fair chance there would have been a 7 on the flop had he played. So, old Kings here for Mark, under the gun.
Yeah, pocket 7s is a premium hand for pricey, let alone pocket Kings. Let's see what happens. I did mention it on... we might wait till this hand's over, actually, see if there's any action.
I reckon it's going to be set over set then, so I think I saved money by raising.
I did mention on the stream before when I was out here myself, I did mention it yesterday, last night. Quite a funny story. I think you were on when the comment came in. There was a player that I doubled through on my big run on Sunday that put his chips in the middle in one of the wildest pots I've played, and he chimed in the chat saying the reason he put those chips in was because
What's that?
he had to go to work.
You had Kings,
Yes.
no callers.
That man is here on this final table, Mark Price.
All right, well, Mark's obviously not working tomorrow, so... Because he's definitely in here to win. He said no rush
work
today.
on. There's no work on. I've told the story a few times, but now we can put the name to the face. Mark's had a great series, a huge run there in that hash and deep stack, and a final table here in the grind. So hard to play against, but maybe a tad easier to play against when he's got work commitments later on in the night or the next day.
Getting a few messages, Jinxie, from private messages from people who don't normally watch poker, who've told me that they've come onto the stream and really enjoying it.
I've got, I know, a lot of mates, family members that.
Well, Nira's very short, so she's pushed in.
Important jump here. We'll have 6 left if a king or a jack displays itself on the flop. Nira hasn't been able to get much going. That's just been a function of her distribution. Hasn't ever had a chance to put her chips in. But
Let's hope she holds up here so she can play a bit longer.
Flops Queen of Diamonds, 3 of Hearts, 8 of Hearts.
Oh, well, yeah, just going to need an ace. And it doesn't come.
GG's, Nira.
Well played.
Yeah, thanks.
But you're right, she just never got anything going on this final table. It was pretty card dead all the way through. Still picks up 6.5 grand, and I'm sure she'd be pretty wrapped with that in a very, very tough lineup for the grind.
If you got onto this final table and, at the end of the day, we've won 6 buy-ins. If we won 6 buy-ins in every tournament we played, we'd be retiring on a beach somewhere in Mexico. So it's a great result, 6 buy-ins, $6,500. Just couldn't get anything going at the final table. Never got a hand to do anything with. Really unfortunate, but GG's Nira.
A reminder that there's 48 grand up top. 45 grand up top. We've had 166 entries for this. Geez, the numbers are good, aren't they? It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. 40 buy-ins we can win if, it's incredible prize pool. And I just want to come back to this hand. We've got a 3-bet candidate here from Higor. He knows how wide Dipper is opening. Let's see how he proceeds, the Brazilian. Love this. We're cutting out that 3-bet. If Dipper jams here, I'm going to leave the commentary box. He's just going to, if Dipper jams and knows how light Higor could be 3-betting here, he'd be well and truly on fire. But I'm really interested to see how we can proceed.
155.
180. 180.
30k big blind, so we're 30 deep. I keep thinking it's 24k big blind.
Yeah, it's creeping up.
Yeah, it is creeping up. So it's 30. Those blinds will come up in the top right-hand corner of the screen at the start of every hand. Of course, it's all automated, so we're at 15, 30k, 30k, and really lovely candidate to be able to 3-bet there from Higor. He's going to take every spot versus Dipper, and it's good to see him. Good to see him take those lines.
What are the chip denominations there that Dipper's got in his rack? Looks like he's collected all of the chips from the table.
7.
We'll throw it. I think you might laugh, but his stack's so big they just need to decrease the size of the stack and chip up his denominations. So
do you reckon?
I think so. Well, we're at 15, 30k, 30. So
I thought he just collected all the chips from. Maybe you're right.
I think that we, because we need our 5k chips at this blind level. So the 1k chips would be gone by now. I think that he just has so many chips. The TD wants to maybe neat things up a little bit.
Or half an hour, whatever it is.
One of my pet hates when someone's sitting at the table with a rack because it just means they've got so many chips.
Are there people commentating over this?
Yes, we are. Just asking if there's commentary on this. Mark hits his 10.
Now, Namar knows I am commentating, so I don't know if he's taken the PWIS there, but interesting spot ahead here with Mark just flatting the ace-queen suited. We saw this with the ace-queen before. You know, that snap check back on the flop. Is he just auto 3-bet this? He has to. He's basically just clicked Higor back. So Higor's gone 45k and Pricey's just clicked him back with that backdoor flush draw and 2 overs. This is what I was talking about with Pricey. You just never know what he's up to. You know, he snap checked back the ace-queen on that ace-high board. We saw that big bluffy run against Anya late last night before bagging. You know, definitely more of an unconventional way to play ace-queen suited, but you just never know where you're at. Let's see what proceeds here. Really interesting spot.
Attention all players in the PLO.
Hold on, I got this wrong. Yeah, apologies. So Higor's raised the cutoff, and Mark's called the button with 10-8 suited covering Higor, and Higor's going to see that. Apologies from me there. I got those hands mixed up, but you know, we've got that range bet board there from Higor of. And the click back there was enough to do that, even with the 2 overs and that backdoor flush draw. Higor knows Pricey gets up to some strange business at times. Interesting to see a fold there to that size, but you know, Pricey choosing to fast play that 10-8 of diamonds on that board. We're going to just see a chip race here. If you're new to the poker scene.
So I think I was right.
You were.
I think they were. Yeah, they may be thousands, are they, that he collected? Is that right?
Why they call you Dipper?
Yeah, I think that would have been thousands.
Hey, King.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
King.
the 5k chip.
And Queen of Spades.
Yep. So the 5k chips being handed out. So there are those 1ks that are.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, if you are new to poker, once a lower denomination chip is not being used on the table, they're collected by one of the players. The player gives the other players chips of the same value, but obviously the higher denomination chips. And then whatever chips are left over, you put them out in front of yourself, and there's what's called a race. And depending on how many chips you've got, if you've got 2 leftover chips, for instance, you get 2 cards. If you've got 3 leftovers, you get 3 cards. And then the players who get dealt the highest cards face up, get a higher denomination chip. So say you had 1k chip left over, you would have got 1 card, and if that card was an ace, you'd probably finish up with a 5k chip. So
absolutely. So that we've gone from 12k, 24k to 1530. So those 1k chips no longer in circulation as we don't need them. So I apologise. I just assumed it had something to do with Dipper's monstrous stack.
yes. This time he does have a hand.
6-4.
Elizabeth calls with the Queen 9 suited.
Just going to lead her flush draw here.
Absolutely.
6-6. That's 100,000.
It's a 100,000 bet.
You know, as we've said so many times about Elizabeth, she's got her own style. You know, this is not a board we'd ever look to lead ever, but you know, she's got a propensity to really fast play these hands. We saw that with the Queen 8 suited. Dipper can't fold yet. He's got that backdoor club draw, which we know is dead. Ace high could be good as well. Interesting turn here. She's just open ripped for pot, and Dipper snap folds.
As all poker players and dealers.
What about these lines taking from Elizabeth?
Yeah.
What an absolute goat. We had that Queen 8 suitor where she jams 6x pot with the gutter, Ace 5 off under the gun for 25 bigs, and now putting Dipper of all people in the blender with Queen high.
And you might be looking at the chip stacks going, oh yeah, she's, you know, hasn't played that well. She's the short stack. She's played real well.
She's certainly, you know, taken these lines that a lot of these players aren't really ever going to be put in probably for the rest of their lives. When she's, 2 words are really coming to mind with Elizabeth. It's no fear.
So 7's under the gun for Higor. He raises it to 60. King Queen for Naman.
Now, I play against Naman every day, and I couldn't tell you how many thousands of hands I've played against Naman. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-bet here with this specific combination. You know, these hands don't perform too well with ICM, and I wouldn't mind seeing Naman 3-bet here, and that's exactly what he's gone to do. You know, I probably shouldn't say that I thought Naman was going to do that, given we play each other online every day, but I just thought potentially try and bring the viewers at home into what we're thinking.
Yeah, and that's why you play each other so much, so you get that read on people and information on people. I mean, that's your advantage, obviously. So Higor just calls it. Very, very nice flop for Naman there.
I just want to talk a little bit of strategy behind this. Not too much to really overload the viewer, but this is a bluff from Naman. So when Higor raises under the gun into Dipper, that range is very strong. Now, Naman's got 2 really great cards in his hand that blocks a lot of value from Higor, and he's chosen to use this candidate as a bluff. Which is really going to seem a little abstract to a lot of the players at home. But when we're talking ICM, you know, King Queen doesn't perform that well, and we'd rather, if we're choosing to play, you know, maybe we'd flat a hand like King Queen suited on the button, but look to 3-bet a hand that doesn't, you know, isn't really going to perform that well in the long run. So when we see Higor raise under the gun and Naman 3-bet, this is a bluff. However, we couldn't find a better possible flop when we're using this candidate to 3-bet and put pressure on our opponents. Still might only beat a 2-street hand potentially, depending on what the run out is, but just to give the viewers a little insight into how Naman's thinking. I play against him a lot, and you know, I can just try and have a think about what's going through his head here.
And a lot of us recreational players would find that strange, that King Queen's a bluff.
Yes.
Because that's a hand we'd love to wake up with.
Of course, of course. But, you know, Naman being so well studied and so competent knows that, you know, in ICM on final tables, this hand doesn't perform that well. And if we choose to play it, we want to start bluffing it and raising it and not take those passive lines. And, you know, Naman is always going to err on the side of those more aggressive lines, and Higor is an absolute non-believer, and we're going to see a river. This might go check, I think, but, you know, Naman sized up his opponent to the point where he could jam this for value, but it seems really hefty. We could go a small size 2 where the SPR is so small. I'm really interested to see what Naman's here. Going to do here. I don't have the answer. This is a huge pot in the scheme of the tournament. If chip, yep, all in for value. So, you know,
Wow. And this isn't an insta fold here for Higor.
Higor knows that Naman is full of your ace 10s, low suited ace X that could have barreled the flop. He's full of ace, you know, maybe not ace king, but ace jack, ace 10, ace 9 suited, ace 4 suited, you know, and Higor might end up finding the fold here because, but this is the reason why he's in the tank, just trying to bring the viewers onto the table. You know, Higor knows that if we're using king queen as a bluff, we've got all these other bluffs as well, and it just so happens that we're flop value to be able to go 3 streets with. That's why Higor's in the tank with 7s on queen 6, 6, 8, 3. Let's just see what he decides to come up with. He knows Numan's got these bluffs. It's going to be an interesting tank. It's really going to change the shape of the tournament.
You're going well. You're going well.
So he's thinking back to the betting pattern here as well. He's going to know that he raised it initially and Homan came over the top and 3-bet pre-flop. So he's thinking about that clearly. Why? And he folds.
Yeah,
and
so
it's a good fold.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, the reason for the tank there, you might be just tuning in midway through the hand or anything. The reason for the tank is, you know, after Naman's 3-bet, he knows that Naman's so capable of having 3-bet bluffs, which he did on this occasion. And he's weighing up whether, you know, those hands also contain low-suited ace-X, ace-jack, ace-10, that Naman really doesn't want to show down after getting caught on the turn. So that's why he's thinking about that tank there. And so we move our table.
Yeah, just give you a bit of a look at the room very quickly. That was good work from our director there. He's just gone bang. I think we might be having a little break by the looks of things.
10 minutes.
Good on you.
Oh, it's going to be some sort of break, but we will be back shortly.
It is a 10-minute break.
10 minutes, don't go too far. Get yourself a beer or a tea, something much stronger than that, because I think we're going to have a slippery dip sort of last
you know, just
period
have a look
of
at
this
that hand
event.
from Naman and, you know, Naman and Higor there. We've got fireworks to come. Don't worry about that. I wouldn't be going anywhere.
All right, we'll be back shortly with more commentary back here at the Southport Sharks.
course it was.
Maybe I should make it like 450 and then you call.
You need to call behind.
I can't call. And she called.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want to go 3 ways.
Yeah, I agree. I don't blame you. That's the only thing that ruined your.
If you squeeze, it's just you. Call. But 3 ways.
Yeah, you have to do it. I agree.
So 450 you don't call?
No, I got pocket sevens. For you to do that, you got me beat.
You're running so hot, just
Well,
Seven
you don't
and
want to. You don't want me to see a flop. That's for sure.
Yeah. Lines are 20, 40, 40, ladies and gentlemen.
Every time I come back, my speaker is messed up. I think it's common.
2 folds. Four folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Walkie?
Here you go.
No.
7 raised, 80,000.
I think it's 85. 80. Is it? Or 80? 80. I'm asleep.
Welcome back here after the 10-minute break we had. 6 left
You haven't got Queen
in
4
the
of clubs this
APT
time?
grind up here in Gold Coast. And if you're just tuning in, the inevitable dipper. It's not a replay from last night. It's not a replay from the night before. It is dipper yet again on the final table with all the chips. 6 left, $45,000 up top. We're pumped for a real big night, especially with the players that we've got left. Hegor, Naman, Anya and Dipper. Don't forget, Elizabeth has shown some incredible plays from 10 left, and Mark Price simply is just capable of anything. So this is going to be an unbelievable final table. 6 left.
4 folds.
The only place to be here if you're a fan of Australian poker is right here, right now. 6 left here in the grind.
5 raised, 80,000. 6 folds. 7 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
What are my better ones?
All players in the mini game, flight D, please finish your current hands and go on a 15-minute break. That's all
Straight up
players.
there, picking up the ace
In
king
the mini
suited.
game, flight D, please finish your
Not as
current hands
aggressive as
and go
Naman.
on a 15-minute break. Thank you.
No action. Now, what about some of the plays we've seen from Elizabeth? Beyond belief, some of the spots she's really, she looked over at Dipper's stack and she didn't care how many chips were in there. She went after them. Naman's got a great candidate to enter the pot here again.
5 raised, 80,000.
Lots of love for Liv, for Elizabeth out in the out in the chat. I think affectionately more known as Liz. We can certainly see why she's accumulated all of these chips here at the final table. There's no doubt about that. Putting players in spots with gut shots, backdoor flush draws, you name it. What a story Anya would be. Wearing that APT Australia Poker Tour patch. Just got an incredible story. Such an incredible business acumen. always had that love for poker, and all the way from those underground card rooms in Russia to a grind trophy would be one of the greatest stories we'd have here. We're a long way from that. The inevitable path to victory is through Dipper, and he's proved hard to beat ever since the APT started here on Saturday.
What a story too, to potentially win it for Anya the day after she gets appointed as an APT ambassador as well.
Amazing, you know, had that patch on all of last night. We've announced 3 of these ambassadors here at APT. Jade Mitchell did a great interview with her, just sat down with Sheridan Hall. You know, on the camera shy side, Sheridan, but she's one of the most lovely people you'll come across in poker. Really great PLO player as well, and now Anya, such an asset, all 3 girls to Australian poker. But you know, imagine whacking that patch on and 2 days later taking out one of APT's premier events. You know, Anya's got so much to bring to the game, so intelligent, really picking up great concepts, really competent. And she's shown at this final table she's a force to be reckoned with. But you know, you can just imagine, do you think maybe 10 or 12 years ago when she was dealing in those underground games in Moscow and and Sochi, you know, we would know Sochi from the Olympics, but that's where all of those games are held, and she's all the way there from those dark rooms to the light of the grind final table. An incredible story it would be.
I went to Russia for the World Cup soccer, and we actually stayed in Sochi.
You're kidding.
The Socceroos played a game there.
How was it?
Oh, amazing. It's the, what do they call it? The French Riviera of Russia on the Black Sea. And it was clearly the warmest city in Russia at that time too. Well, I could tell you hours and hours worth of stories from the World Cup in Russia. It was what an amazing country, and what a shame that I'll never visit there again, because the world has changed so much.
But you got that opportunity before the war broke out, so.
It was not even, you know, just the whole cold, you know, reignition of the Cold War against the West hadn't really started. We were so welcome, and actually loved us over there. They loved the Australians.
You know, I've never been to Russia, but just, you know, only drops of information I've got from Anya in the past is Sochi's like the Vegas of Russia. Now, a lot of those, like Moscow, I think gambling was banned 10 to 12 years ago, and all those games went to Sochi, where I believe the law is different, or the law's changed. It's called like the Vegas of Russia. So obviously that's where they're going to have the internationals come in for the Olympics and for the World Cup and whatnot. So how long did you spend there?
Did 3 and a bit weeks in Russia, and got a little share in a touring company that called the Green and Gold Army that takes
give it a plug.
Socceroos fans around the world. I've been lucky enough to be to 4 World Cups with them.
God.
And done a couple of trips to Japan to see us play against the Japanese in qualifying, and we take a whole lot of Aussies over. We took nearly 400 people to Russia, 400 Australians.
Oh my God. What an experience that would have been.
It was nuts. It was actually nuts. And each city we played in was very, very different. We played our first game in a place called Kazan, which was just an amazing city. And we played, the second one was in Samara, which wasn't even on the world map 15 years ago. It was a secret Russian city where they did all their aeronautical development.
Oh my God, what an experience.
Yeah. And then the last game was in Sochi, and I didn't see it as the Vegas, because I didn't actually go to any casinos or play any poker there, but it definitely was the beach resorts, because it is the most southern city in Russia, so it's the warmest. And we saw Vladimir Putin's boat moored there in Sochi.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, great experience. Then had 3 days in Moscow at the end. One of my mates, the Russian mate, was very well connected I'm not going to say any more, but he was very well connected in Moscow, and we had. Yeah, it was pretty phenomenal. And as I say, just such a shame that the world's changed so much that most of us won't get a chance to go and visit.
Yeah.
Did Qatar last year. That was also an experience, very different sort of experience, but yeah, experience nonetheless. I mean, the amazing thing about Qatar was that all the grounds were in a couple of kilometres of each other, so you just got to see so much soccer because it went from one game to the next game. And Russia, you had to get on an 8-hour flight to go from one city to the next. So, yeah, very different.
Oh, we might head back here because Elizabeth or Liz has found the 3-bet here with ace-5 offsuit, and it's going to generate a fold from Naman potentially. I'm not sure Naman will think Elizabeth. Yeah, snap in. What a play from Liz. Oh, get your hearts out in the chat for Liz. She's just shown no fear whatsoever. Lead pot, lead turn into dipper before. Lead for 6x pot into Pricey, who's not known as a man who likes to fold, and now 3-betting Naman with the ace-5 offsuit. Let's get around Liz. Let's go.
We're getting some pretty big pay jumps here, but I'll tell you what's obvious. I don't think anyone's here for the pay jumps.
Absolutely no one.
No one's sitting there thinking, I'll just let them knock each other out and I'll keep getting more and more. But not one player's playing like that, which is great to see. And you'd think of all the players, maybe that would be Liz, that she'd just sit and be quiet and...
it's the opposite,
it's the opposite.
Completely.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
And Naman's not a folder. He hates giving up on pots. He actually despises it. And once he's got a really good rail in poker of some sound minds. And once they let him know that Liz took him to the streets with the ace-5 off, they're going to let him know right about now when that stream comes to him. So.
All right, so Igor is pushed in, all in, pretty light here. And it looks like Mark's got a decision to make just on the basis of his facial expressions. He does.
This is interesting. I mean, I assume... Yeah, I've seen Pricey flick those in before, but it's decided that ace-5-0 not good enough. You won't like the news to see that Igor chose nearly the worst possible hand in that scenario to be able to jam. Not worst hand as in what he can use, but one of the worst hands he can get to that spot with, and decide to rip that in. And ace-5, we've got a genuine decision there, but Pricey will choose to live to fight another day.
Reminder again that we are commentating this feed half an hour behind the action, so none of the players are getting information on what's happening at the time of their play, but they will have rails and they will have people who are watching this feed and then telling them some of the key hands and what might have happened. It might influence their play moving forward.
And the players aren't allowed to have the stream on their phone on the table.
No, you'll see that that's an unusual probably thing that, watch a lot of online poker streams, and players usually have a phone in front of them, and there's not one player's got a phone. They can have the phone, they just can't be watching the stream. So, but they're right into this, so they're not interested in watching golf highlights, as Joe Hasham seems to do. He sits on the table and watches golf highlights the whole time.
I've never not seen Joe on the phone, or he sometimes, especially lately, doesn't seem to just, I don't think No Limit Hold'em tournaments tend to, to tickle the fancy at the moment. I think it's a lot of cash, a lot of big high stakes cash, and
he's a bloke that's seen it all, and it's probably pretty hard to keep
it.
him interested.
How could you win the main event? Just like, it's the pinnacle, and just keep playing. And I think he's at that point. I've got some close mates that are playing in some big cash games with Joe, and loves those mixed games, PLO, Omaha, and PLO 8. Very competent player of all the games. Not just a we know he won the WPT and the WSOP main event, but very competent in every variety of cards.
And again, if you're not a poker aficionado, there are more games being played out here than just Texas Hold'em. We have some other varieties. There was a Omaha 5 tournament last night, which we were talking about that on the stream. Just confuses the hell out of me, that game, so I'm not even going to start. But yeah, there's a number of variations being played, and
we had the $200 short deck today as well in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's for no one over 5'8" allowed to play that one.
I might use that for myself later on. I'm sorry, I might steal that one off you. Really interesting spot developing here with Dipper, the ace-5-0 from the hijack. Anya's chosen to call with that ICM pressure on her stack, but Naman has a genuine spot here to be able to squeeze with that ace in his hand. This hand doesn't play well post, and I think the squeeze is coming. Oh, it's going to put Anya in a really tough spot. Interesting to see how she proceeds versus Naman. Knows he squeezes light here. Naman at the absolute bottom of his range. Dipper's going to snap, not proceed, but Anya's got a genuine decision on her hand. This is going to be interesting.
So this isn't a call here, is it? This is a fold or a shove.
I'd love to lean towards Anya moving all in here. I think that after we call a hand as strong as nines and face resistance from a player so aggressive as nines just as too strong. But we have so much ICM pressure on this stack. There's a lot of money up top. We can't guarantee what Anya's going to do, and we know that snap jam's getting through if the trigger is pulled, but I think Anya's got too much hand here for sub 25 big blinds. Oh, she's gonna fold.
She is gonna fold, isn't she?
No, just a look back.
Yeah, but
that looked like the folding.
I know, but I still feel that feels like a fold to me when she looks again. But all in, all right. All right, Anya.
Look at the man.
Oh,
he
hates it. And we're not barracking here, but I just love to see good play.
Love to see it.
Really good play.
Yeah, I went first time last year.
Anya, let's go. And this is how frustrated Aman is in this spot. He's never calling. Don't worry at home about if he's getting the chip count to potentially call off here. He's Hollywooding and tanking because we are on that half an hour delay for the next half an hour. He doesn't want his opponents to know he squeezed this light out of the big blind, so he's just going to Hollywood and fold, but he's also very frustrated that Anya's been able to find the jam. Love to see it, as these cards are about to be flicked into the muck. What an exciting final table. Elizabeth just 3-bet Naman. He's so frustrated now with that ace-5 offsuit, and now the back jam from Anya.
And now with this company is the best setup.
This is just Hollywooding, but
So what's going to happen after this bit of Hollywooding? That someone's going to tell Anya in half an hour what happened, and she's going to come with a small Academy Award trophy and give it to Naman.
I think, look, a lot of, it's definitely a big conversation in poker currently with tanking and all this type of stuff, but there's a genuine reason. There's a genuine reason for this tank. Half of it is, probably a small percentage is frustration, but the other percentage is we're on a half an hour delay.
Yeah.
So Naman's got half an hour. He knows in half an hour everyone else will know he squeezed that hand. Yes. So that tank is to show that he wasn't squeezing light, and in half an hour that all changes. But there's a genuine reason for the tank there. It wasn't just Naman being frustrated.
Absolutely. And it gives him time to put on his three-piece suit to accept the award and all of that sort of stuff. He's laughing now. He's a bit more relaxed, but Very interesting. So under the gun, Dipper picks up sevens.
And what was it?
More action.
Folded like
Has been a real action final table too, hasn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely has.
Like an itch with a bee.
Yeah, it would have been so easy for Anya to fold there, wouldn't it? So,
I mean,
Yeah.
the hand is so strong, sub 25. We just got to remember the blind level went up when we come back from break.
so Norman again has a hand. And he's going to be up against Dipper, and he's still got Liz to play. Is this bluff hand again you're talking about, the King Queen?
Let me just catch up on the action here.
Dipper raised to 90. Norman's called out of the small blind.
Yeah, no, the concept's completely different now.
Okay,
Even
good. All right. I just don't want to go into poker in the future thinking King Queen's a bluff. And it's not at this stage when he hits his king on the flop.
No. So, I did mention when I was explaining that King Queen offhand was that I did mention in that little spiel that we like to take hands post such King Queen suited because we can make flushes.
Sure.
Right. So I know that's putting it very simply that we can make flushes. Simply we have more equity.
Yeah.
Right. Now, and it's also too strong to just fold to Dipper. But when we choose to 3-bet the under the gun raiser, it's a bluff. So the spots are completely different, even though the hands are exactly the same.
Now, Dipper's in trouble here. Partly because two kings have come out, but partly because it's Dipper.
No, there could have been a card that that Dipper fired there, but when we get called out of the small blind specifically versus an under the gun raise, it's very Jack, King, Queen X heavy.
Sure.
And this has been the story of the week. Dipper has hit some insane hands, but he's really protected himself well as well. Now, Naman's just weighing up a size in a spot where basically always betting once that flush draw misses, and I think Dipper might just bin this, but
But then Dipper's sitting there going, there's two unders. There's a pair of kings. His chances that he's got a king, are low. So it just depends on the size of the bet. It's 410.
And we think about this in a way we should approach all of our hands. We unblock these flush draws, and a lot of these hands are going to contain 7-6, maybe 7-6 diamonds, probably a bit too light, but 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, Queen 10 clubs. Dipper unblocks those hands, so there are a lot of bluffs here, which is why Naman's gone so big. This is a polarized spot. We've got to go big with our value, big with our bluffs. Naman's such a great player, and that's why Dipper's contemplating a call here solely because these two diamonds haven't completed on the turn of the river.
And what about the fact that Naman's just had to fold two hands in a row to raises as well?
Yeah.
So that is
Dipper
also
doesn't
probably in his mind thinking, how frustrated is he getting?
Yeah.
But again, Dipper's made a very good fold. So
Yeah. God, he's played so great.
hasn't he? Hasn't he?
Team member to come around and collect your information.
I reckon there's something for not thinking about it too much as well, because you can actually talk yourself into.
I don't want to tell you how much money I've lost in this game in spots where, when the action first happens like that, I'd look at a big bet from Naman and think, oh, I've probably got a clear fold, and then I start thinking a lot, and think, oh wait, I unblock these flush draws. I unblock all of these bluffs that Naman's going to have, and you talk yourself into a call, and more often than not, they've got the goods. So
Your first
definitely.
instinct, I think that's a life lesson, mate. I think your first instinct is usually your best
You're going to leave right
instinct.
now if I don't have a king.
That intuition's built up over so many hands, and once that intuition hits, that first gut feel, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Your gut's telling you something for a reason, and that reason is subconsciously built up over millions and millions of hands that Dipper and Naman have played, and a lot of the times I've been so guilty of talking myself into a call when the first point of contact was that I should have folded. And then a lot of the times, this is the more frustrating part than that, is that, this really probably is King Queen, but I'll call it anyway. And seeing those two exact cards is nothing worse than poker.
I had king 5.
really.
It applies less for me in poker than it does in restaurants. You know, when you look at the menu and you choose something and then you change your mind and then inevitably you're eating it and you're going, geez, I wish I'd ordered the steak. The one I was going to go for in the first place.
And Murphy's Law, the steak comes right past you to the next table.
Yeah, so there's a life lesson from me for all you listeners out there. When you go into a restaurant, go with your first choice. Don't change your mind.
And in Australia, that's usually the chicken parmigiana.
And they got a real good one here at the Southport Sharks.
I don't want to admit how much money I've spent on that parma in the last 2.5 years. It actually makes me sick thinking about it. But I think the first APL Millions I was here, you know, a 20-day series, I dead set would have had 15 parmas. But now that Italian restaurant's opened up out the back,
it's quite nice. We should say again, if you're on the Goldie, if you're in Brisbane, if you're in the area, really should come on down. The Sharks is a fantastic venue for this.
One raise, 125, 7-fold.
Come and play some poker or come and sample the nightlife. We're going into Friday, Saturday night, which apparently is nutcase here. I've been warned.
I know. I haven't been much to that bar on the rooftop, but, you know, even that band that plays on Fridays and Saturdays, if you bust out of the tournament early, that's the place to be at the back.
Ace high. Queens,
1,000, 2,000, big blind, 2,000.
I can't.
I'm going to see it in 10 minutes.
Are you? No phones on the table.
Oh, I'm going to hear about it.
4 folds.
75.
I'll let him
6 raise,
find out.
80. Has to be 80. 7 folds, 8. So 1 fold, and...
You have 1 seat left.
Just a reminder of our payouts.
What did she have that in?
Next out, 8,500, all the way up to the top, 45,000.
What did you have? What did you have?
I think 10 or 9.
Oh, we're about to get in an argument here.
Yeah, Jack.
Palmy, not Parma, says Jesse. Well, I think it depends what part of Australia you come from, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I'm down south, so for me it's Parma, but just going back to the food options here, I do want to give Clark a shout out at Mott's and Mott's, the Italian restaurant here. He's dead set one of the best Italians that I've had, and he knows that we're here. So once we're in, he'll see those poker players. He smashes those orders out for us. Tonight, I ran over and my spaghetti meatballs was done in a takeaway container within 10 minutes. He knows that we're here. A lot of the time when we're on break playing poker, we're always asking if our meal's going to be out on time. Clark over there knows that we're on a time constraint. He pumps those meals out for us poker players. So if you are here, get over to that Italian restaurant. The food's unbelievable.
And if you do have a bit more time, they're doing a special on the all-you-can-eat buffet for the poker players as well. $35 for the all-you-can-eat. I'm going to ask you something close to my heart and a cheek, Braden. We'll just let this one develop. Feels like we've seen a lot of King Queen in the last few hands.
Absolutely have.
1 re-raise all in. 2 folds, 4 folds.
Count it.
Tipper's asked for a count with the 9-8 suited. And again, this is just a function of that half an hour delay. He doesn't want Igor to know. You know, I mean, this is a hand we're always raising anyway, but just avoiding that snap jam. Take that bottom percentage of hands out of Igor's range with this little tank. Go straight into the muck.
Looks like Lex held out.
Jinxie, any strong thoughts on eating at the poker table?
Yeah, I do. Would also like to keep my job.
Okay. All right, say no more. I think everyone now knows, and that's fine. I can say it because I don't play enough, but I don't like it. I actually don't like it. It's not a dinner table, it's a poker table. But
look, I think there are times in which we can't help it, you know, because we're on 10-minute dinner breaks. We're on 10-minute breaks that we've got to run over and get a feed, and we can't help it. But there have been times where players can take the PWIS and you know, but I've certainly eaten at the table before, don't get me wrong, but you know, sometimes we just don't have enough time to be able to do it, but you know, we do.
Well, if that's the case, the case, just have a think about what you're eating, I would say. I mean, if you're going to have a bowl of spaghetti at the poker table, at least you're using a fork and it's a bowl. But if you're eating chips and sushi and dipping it into soy sauce and please, and then taking the cards and then riffling your chips and then, no, come on, please.
Yeah, on the same page there, but you know, sometimes we can't help it due to the time, but I think you know, Pricey definitely here on the looser side with the Queen 10-0, still loving to play these hands. You know, I think Igor's going to take this down a majority of the time if Naman doesn't choose to get a little spicy, but actually, sorry, multi-way, we might see a check here, and interesting to see what develops on the turn. You know, Pricey just all in these, yeah, no, he's going to bet. Don't mind it. We can also check our option multi-way, but so just have a look at the score. This will be the first Western Bulldogs game that I've missed all year.
We've just got that on in the background, just so you know, the Swannies and the Dogs. And he's hit the post there, so he's still in front. I mean, we're talking food. I'll tell you what I have noticed here. Very few people drinking.
Yeah, okay.
And you know, we normally do associate with, you know, having a beer or having a drink at the table, and very, very few players are out there drinking, it seems to me. Obviously, there aren't cup holders on these tables, but they've got little, you know, little side tables they can put their drink down at. But I think if you're thinking of running the bar here, it probably wouldn't be profitable. That's what I'm saying.
I think that might be correct up until today. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you might see a different thing. You know, I love nothing more than having a beer with my mates.
I love a drink at the table too. I've got to be honest.
There's nothing better than going to the home games and have a couple of beers with your mates. And you know, I'm certainly known to, you know, have a beer when I play at times as well, and it's not something that I'd never really say that you should do or whatever, but I, you know, just enjoy having a beer with my mates and playing cards. I started playing at my cricket club home games. You can imagine how many beers are at those games, and it is synonymous a little bit with playing poker and having a beer with your mates. But I think that also, you know, Friday night, Saturday night usually gets really busy here, and we might see the alcohol flowing a little bit more. As we see a great double barrel there from Igor, turning that gutter, really putting Naman's 3 and 4x under pressure. And just have a look at Naman now. He's a little bit antsy, he's a little bit frustrated, and he's run 2, he's been bluffed, he's run a bluff that got found out. You know, it's really hard for him to continue there as well, but he's also running to Igor, who's capable of running that double barrel there, and just a little bit of frustration from Naman, but he's composed and he'll get himself back together very quickly.
A lot of smarts on the poker table. Have a look at the smarts here of Papley kicking this goal. You're not going to like it, but what a clever player he is. Look at that. Western Bulldog supporter wouldn't have liked to have seen that. But
why would you tell me that? Why would you tell me that?
I'm sure a lot of people do the same thing as us in here. It's the great thing about watching poker. You can have it on, you can have your footy on, or your league, or your cricket, you know, at the same time, and get double barrel entertainment. Can't tell you the number of times I've had some sport on the telly and the poker on the laptop. It's always a great night in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just spoiled for choice with poker content around the world, and it's so great to be able to have that choice here and just trying to provide you the best coverage we can here at the APT. So much great. I'm ecstatic, you know, that we've gone with a 4-color deck and the amount of great feedback we've got from that in the comments, and so many people in the room who are just watching it on their phones.
Definitely makes it easier on the phone, doesn't it?
Hold on, just have a Dipper's gonna know. He knows now. So Dipper knows by about now that Elizabeth has taken some really light spots, because it's more than half an hour ago. You know, he's got those competent players in his corner. He's going to know Ace Jack in relative terms as to what Elizabeth's been jamming will perform quite well here, but it's a big hit to Dipper's stack, so this is a genuine decision that we have on our hands, especially with Anya behind. You know, we're going to probably bin this, but you know, this is why Dipper might take that line to take and fold, because
he did. Yeah. And you know what? You can't question his play, can you? I mean, we keep talking about how loose he is and but he's not. He's made so many good decisions.
He does. He's just clever. He's just a clever, wiry player. It's so hard to get chips from, especially in these pre-flop spots. We saw him correctly fold 7s in that squeeze spot versus Anya. And, you know, we've seen him correctly fold a numerous amount of times pre-flop and being correct every time. Even though he's got all of those chips, he's just protected himself so well. I know we shouldn't commentate on the footy, but I was really worried about Riley West early days. He's come of age. I love to see it.
Good player. So, Anya now with the Ace Jack.
Just want to comment on Anya's last couple of hands. I know we've been upping on a little bit about some other stuff, not hand specific, but Anya took the King 8 offsuit on the button. Naman's had enough here. That's just interesting. Okay. Very interesting from Naman. I've mentioned numerous times that, you know, I've played a lot of hands against Naman live and online, and
interesting here, they all have a jack.
Yeah, they do, you know, so the aggressor's usually to the spoils in spots like this, but surprised to see Naman put the call in there, and you know, we're going to see Anya take this down a majority of the time, I think, unless Naman gets spicy. But I think this is just Naman getting a little bit frustrated with how things have gone in the last half an hour. You know, Jack 10's not a hand he'd usually take to the streets here, especially with my experience playing with him. It was more when I saw him reaching for chips, I thought a 3-bet was incoming. But, you know, I'm surprised to see that from Naman a little bit. Frustration creeping in there potentially, and this is nearly always getting through, and it has, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
So just going back to Anya's play, who's second in chips.
Yep. But they're all very, very close. You know,
They are.
This is, you know, apart from, well, Dipper's actually come back to the pack a little bit too, but
just want to comment in Anna, King 8 offsuit on the button into Naman and Liz, who's just exceeded all expectations, you know, and Anya's taking that really good hand to be able to raise there with King 8 off. The very next hand, the Queen 9 suited. She's starting to open up a little bit here, and to the...
Well, when you're getting frustrated, this is a pretty good hand, isn't it?
I'm just venturing at a guess. You know, Naman's doing a lot of things I don't usually see you do, but to pick up queens, it doesn't really matter, you know.
6 folds. 7 folds. 1 fold.
He's just got the big blind now. And it's marked with an ace king. All right.
This is collision course. This will change the whole tournament. Look at the stack distribution.
Yep.
So you must know the...
This is a chip lead pot incoming.
Yeah, you used to
I'd be
play vanilla?
surprised to see Pricey not 3-bet this.
Yeah,
I mean, Pricey could even open jam here.
Yeah, that's right. That was
But
our
he's
post.
raised to induce a jam from
That's
Naman.
that actually
Love
short
this
stick
from
game.
Pricey. I love it. Unsure of the size here. We'll get that to you soon, but you know, Pricey really hasn't had the distribution on the final table yet, but this is the hand that's going to change the tournament. The winner, it's gone really small. Wow. Okay. Let's see what.
Is there any occasion you want to see a flop here?
No.
Okay.
So it's 20K.
Either player?
No.
Right.
So our hands are so strong versus each of these specific players. The effective stack here is 27 big blinds. So this is just going in nearly always, but the size here is really strange from Pricey. Not strange, sorry, it's just different. He's chosen the small size here versus Naman to, you know, we've got to presume that Pricey's thinking he wants to induce something crazy from Naman. He's just going to snap jam and we're going to see a snap call. This pot will change the tournament completely. Snap jam, snap call.
And this is your
huge.
Classic,
huge.
Classic race here.
The classic.
Oh, Naman and either or will propel themselves into the chip lead, and they're both fiery players. And you know, whoever wins this flip, they're going to have eyes on Dipper's stack and $45,000. This is a tournament-defining flip.
There's people coming from everywhere to watch it.
Look at the rail. Look at the rail.
Get nice and packed.
For players, we do have an all-in call on the grand final table. We've got Mark versus Noman. Noman has pocket queens and Mark has ace king of suit. You have the flop, please. Flop shows 7 of hearts, 4 of spades, jack of diamonds.
As you can see, our skin takes into account the folded cards. 5 outs for Pricey, which is now 7. Naman doesn't want to make a set. This is the biggest river card of the tournament so far.
So the queens hold up for Noman. Mark Price hits the rail, and we now have a massive chip leader, and that's all it takes, isn't it? One big,
huge flip.
Cooler, and no one was getting away from that.
Nah, no one, especially at these stack depths. You know, especially against these player types as well. We know they're just doing the chip count here. We know in the booth that Price is going to be eliminated. Played great poker all last night. Didn't have the distribution today to do too much. You know, folded top pair against Liz's humongous bluff there. Great start for Price. He's sad to see him going 6. Great run for 8,500. He's had a great series so far, but no getting away from Ace King there.
Oh, okay. I didn't see, sorry.
And the player that wanted to see that least was Dipper, because he now knows that he is in a real fight, because he's got a very experienced, very canny player who now has about 600k more than him after leading this table so convincingly for so long.
You know, Naman just you know, feeling sorry for Higor and Anya there. It's the way tournament poker goes, but they've got the 2 worst seats in the house. We're going to, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen over the next few hours. Naman is going to be relentless, 3-betting, 4-betting, putting players in spots. This is where Naman makes so much money. I've seen him get to these mid-stake tournaments online that have thousands and thousands of runners with infinite money up top, and he's always in that spot in the final 2 tables with huge chip leads. This is what he's best at, this is what he knows, and now he's got a chip lead with 5 left in the grind. We always said victory is going to come through the chips of Dipper, but that's completely changed now. Victory will come through Naman Mirza.
And it's so interesting and exciting how, you know, a whole event can change on one hand like that.
Your life can change in one hand. You could be that, you know, how many people that have had Ace King versus Queens on the WSOP final table with 100% of themselves, you know, that may never get to that spot again, and all they do is lose a flip in a spot where they absolutely have to go for it. It's you know, flips are so important to winning poker. We're never getting away from that there, but it's changed everything.
I mean, the right guy would have been over there, but
you've got to work a bit harder.
Also, that's a big bearing on how long this tournament goes for. If we keep getting queens against ace king and kings against aces and jacks against queens, it goes pretty quickly. If
we found that out on Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I knew that. You can't
that Players' Championship final table was something to behold.
I do have missed draws as well.
Can't wait to get a highlights package
you
from
just
that
can't
out to
bet
you
that,
guys.
'cause I will always check a king, you know that.
I'll just tune into Dipper
100%
here,
of
yapping
the time,
away.
right?
Love listening to
So
Dipper.
you know that's why you can't make that move. And why would you do it when there's 4 other short stacks? You're really going to try bluff me and hope for the best?
I'm the shortest.
You are?
Yeah.
Close.
$175.
Interesting spot developing here. Naman choosing to raise with the pocket 5s versus Anya. I told you this is what we're going to see. I mean, I know most people know this. Anya's hand's too strong. It's going to come with call. You know, this is Naman's wheelhouse. You know, this is Dracula guarding the blood bank type of scenario. This is trouble. This is trouble for a lot of the rest of the table. I can't tell you how many times he's been in this spot, and he's literally converted nearly all of them. He's had an incredible year. His results have been amazing. 2.6 million chips. We've got a range bet board here. Anya's going to have to see a turn, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Naman double barrel huge here, depending on what happens. Let's take a look. He's gonna. I mean, we might see Naman double barrel on certain cards here. An ace would be an absolute disaster for Naman. It's a card he'd barrel on nearly always, which would give Anya 2 pair. But you know, if Naman barrels here, Anya has no option but to bin this. So it's going to be interesting to see the line that Naman takes. I'm going to check our entire option here if we're Anya, but you know, Naman, Anya's very king and queen X heavy, as well as Jack 10. Naman knows this. I wouldn't be surprised to see a check, wouldn't be surprised to see a barrel. I'm really interested to see the line he takes here. Can't help himself, it has to be done. Such a terrible spot for Anya, out of position versus Naman. She knows she's going to be facing a pretty big barrel on the river. And Naman, there's no way he's going to show down pocket 5s. Maybe he could be 2 and done with this. She's having a think about it. The glasses are up on the turn. Usually leads towards fold when this happens. Love this size from Naman as well. We're already 1 million chips by the turn. This is another tournament-changing pot. Just feel like the glasses going up from Anya will indicate fold, but only giving this a deep think. She knows how light Naman can be here. And this is a fact. This is a hand where Naman is running a double barrel bluff. She blocks ace king, she blocks ace queen. She's gonna come with call though. What a spot here. Really trying to give the viewer some indication what's going through Anya's mind. She's cut out. Oh. Yeah, but we're just facing those barrels on the river. She knows that. She knows, she may know nearly for certain that her hand is good here, but she's got to think, you know, put that chess mind to work and think that extra step ahead. That barrel's going to come on the river. And after taking this long, I just feel we're leaning towards fold.
Last time.
She did.
She shuffled the cards and he said, I think she's folding and goes.
Mine's doubled up. Mine just knocked out Mark and doubled up.
I think she knows what I would do versus Naman for sure, but it's different. It's definitely different, you know, when you're actually out there and it's your own money on the line and that stack's worth so much money. Completely different spot to be in. Taking some time now. I think this takes call out of our range. She has to be thinking raise or fold. Not sure this is a candidate. Goodness me. Oh my God, what a huge river. If this goes check, check, it would be an unbelievable pot to Anya. It'll take her over 2.2 million. What's Naman gonna do on this board repeat? Unbelievable hand taking place. Anya, after 3 minutes in the tank, comes with call. What an amazing call on this turn, but does Naman have one more barrel in him? It really is. It really is. She's so King X heavy from that, the way this hand's played out, but you know, so's Naman actually. So this is really interesting how Naman's going to try and construct this range. Does he fire one more barrel? That barrel will be all in. It will be all in. If this goes check, check, Anya's going to look like an absolute genius, and it was a genius call on the turn. Naman knows he can't win. That's the problem. Does Naman want to show this hand down? Does Anya have traps here? That's what he's thinking. Check, check. Unbelievable pot to Anya. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow, she was in the blender. Whoa. Look at how relieved she is. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a great hand.
Tough one.
Just have a listen to the table talk here.
No, I don't want the king to pair.
You jam, I call, Anya says. Oh my God. Oh goodness gracious me. That's the best hand of the final table.
You've got him covered. She's got a read on you.
Have a listen to Dipper.
She's just looking in your eyes, mate, and you're melting. Lucky you. Well, I don't know. I think if you pull the trigger, although you say you call,
I call.
I find it very hard. The queen beats you.
She doesn't have
I believe her. I reckon she would have called if he jammed. I actually believe her.
You know, it's so hard when we're in this node by the river. There's so many decisions that have gone to this river. You know, a lot of comments in the chat letting us know that that's a horrendous card for Naman, but you've got to have a think about what Naman's thinking. He cannot show down this hand if he wants to win the pot. He knows he's got to give up. He's always losing when he checks that river. What an incredible call by Anya there. I think she's in the chip lead. That pot has taken her into the chip lead. The newest APT ambassador, all the way from those card rooms in Moscow to the grand final table with a great play there to take the chip lead away from Naman. Naman last has a chuckle there that he actually has the goods. The one time people fold.
The nines again.
Let us know. Let us know what you thought in the chat. A lot of well played.
So just take us through that, because as you say, that's probably, you know, up there with the best hand we've seen. When Anya calls on the river, just calls.
I'm loving it.
And he's not even
turn, you
On the
I'm
turn,
loving it.
sorry,
Yeah.
but she just calls.
Well, if she chose
What
ace 9, it
card
must
is
have been
coming out
bad.
that's going to get her to fold? Because she knows when she checks that it's either a check or a jam.
From Naman. So,
Yeah.
you know, once Naman chooses, let's recap the hand because Anya raised from the small blind,
Might even be tempted.
and Naman 3-bet. Anya calls.
I'm only beating like
These are already two really strong ranges. Now, Naman has a lot of cheese. He has a lot of bluffs. You know, there's a lot of hands that Naman can. There's a lot of hands that Naman can have. But once Anya raises and calls that 3-bet pre-flop, Naman knows this is a really strong range. Ace 9 is one of the worst hands that Anya actually gets in with.
Yes.
So on King 9 7, remind me of that flop. So it's King 9x. Sorry, so it's
Queen.
Queen 9. No. It's King 9x, right? So it's King 9x, and then it goes.
Think about what she folds on the river.
Apologies. Let me get this hand. Get the action right. So, because it's so important to be able to recap how Naman's constructing this range on the river, because we
Yeah,
do
it was.
have,
You were right. It was 9-7 king, then a queen came, then the king came on the river.
So when Naman.
I believe you.
When Naman raises pre, he's got a lot of these, you know, a lot of his value hands connect with his board. All this King X stuff, Queen X stuff. He also has Jack 10 at some frequency as well, which is the nuts. But Anya has all that too, and Anya has such a range advantage because she has raised the small blind and called Naman's raise. So Naman has a lot of bluffs. Anya has a really strong range of hands, and Ace 9, as I said, is probably one of the worst hands she finds herself on the turn with. So on King 9-7 Rainbow, we just can't fold Ace 9 just yet. We have second pair top kicker, blind versus blind. We nearly always have the best hand. The part of the hand that was fantastic is that Queen on the turn. We've got 2 over cards to our 9, King Queens in our opponent's range, all these King X hands, Jack 10 as well. But with those spades too, Naman has the 5s with the 5 of spades in his hand. With those spades, Anya has properly deciphered that Naman's got to have some bluffs on this turn as well.
I win the tournament. Simple.
So after tanking 3 to 4 minutes and calling that turn to the half pot size, once that king hits the river, she's saying to Naman, if you jammed, I would have called. It's very different when the player actually jams and calls. But on this repeat river,
Well, that's what I feel. That was the card.
Anya will know that Naman's got a lot of hands he can't show down. There's very little value portion now. There's only Jack 10. There's only a few less combos now of King Queen. We block Ace King, which jams for value too. That's what's going through Anya's mind, but the great part of that hand is the call. But if that jam comes on the river, maybe Anya is right. She would have called that jam because all of those reasons that we know Naman really likes to push chips around. He's got so many bluffs there. But that call on the turn was just fantastic, and it's propelled Anya into the chip lead. Just incredible to see.
So just following on in the chat there, Neil says, a little bit what I'm feeling, and I'm no expert, that if she's calling the turn, she's going to call the jam on the river. It's a great card for her. What card comes out that maybe she doesn't call the jam?
So what are we working with here? King 7-9. King 7-9 Queen. So any Jack, any 10. You know, our opponent has a lot of these junky 10Xs and Jack Xs, especially those that contain a flush draw, which Naman's got a barrel. You know, we're looking at hands like...
so you think if a Jack or a 10 came, Naman is barreling there?
I don't see how Anya gets to the river with a lot of Jack X and 10X unless it's King Jack. Queen Jack as well, maybe, but I think obviously that's a card in which if Naman fires, we have to fold. This is a really complicated spot to be able to, you know, I think what the most important thing is, Naman's got that 5 of spades in his hand, okay? We have Ace 5 suited in full. We have Jack 5 of spades in full. We've got all of these hands that maybe Naman just calls that, but we definitely have ace 5 of spades. I know how Naman thinks. I play against him all the time. So that 5 of spades working for Naman, if that spade comes on the river, maybe not a jack, but potentially a 10. Really hard to give you complete in-depth analysis on a spot as complicated as this. You know, this is a spot for some of the best players in the world, but just trying to work out definitely that spade specifically because the 5 of spades is in Naman's hand. Arnie just can't call because we're barreling so many of those flush draws. Spade, 10 or a jack, depending on how those ranges interact with each other blind on blind. I can't see Anya calling on a spade basically, but I have to think, and the chat's popping off now, but I think that...
I love this, that the chat's popping
off because it's such a complicated hand. This is mirroring Gary Lynn's call off in the Players' Champs where everyone was chiming in. I love hearing the suggestions. Plenty of people telling me I'm right, more people telling me I'm wrong, but you know, these are really good hands to be able to get the stream pumping, get the community talking. You know, that hand that Gary Lynn played at the Players' Champs final table was talked about out in the room for hours after. And the only person that didn't care about that was Gary himself.
Yeah, he was on to the next tournament.
Playing chess on his phone. So, you know, a couple of comments, 10 jack or a spade, yeah, definitely agree with that. I think what the general consensus here is that 5 of spades working for Naman. I just think he knows he's got to fire that river. What a great hand to be able to chat about with everybody.
And here we go again, though. Here we go again. So, Naman will be looking to get some chips back now with the Kings.
I just think, obviously, we're going to be snap into the muck from Anya, I would hope. You know, we would like to peel out Jack 10 suited, but this is just not going to cut it in ICM.
Just making sure they're not suited, which they aren't, so gets rid of them. And for all of you guys on the feed, you just got a bit of poker coaching from a bloke who charges a lot of money for that. You just got that for free, so that's a good thing.
A lot of my mates don't like me doing that, but it's so exciting. To spend time, you know, to spend some time with Anya going over spots and seeing her execute on a huge final table. I know you're going to hear me. You'll probably hear the excitement in my voice. It's hard to contain at times.
Jinxie was standing all the way through that. That's how excited he was. He got up and yeah, it's
what a hand.
I think they found your water bottle, by the way. Are you missing it? Your water bottle? Brian has it.
Demo and Sakina.
I thought it was yours. I thought it was yours.
Don't mind that from you, Christopher. I think you know, Christopher McLaughlin's chiming in that he also thinks that turn limits his range and the bluffs take up a bigger percentage of that range. I might be totally wrong. I don't think you're totally wrong. I think you're probably in the ballpark there with that analysis. And I think in the end, with that specific river, Naman has realised what you've realised, Chris, that you know, there could be too many bluffs here. And with Anya saying, I know it's different when it's happening, but Anya saying she's going to call off, maybe Naman does have too many bluffs. So I don't mind that analysis from you there, mate.
Is there any way that Naman checks that river thinking that perhaps his 5s are still good, that she's missed somehow?
No, so the only draws that we have there get there on the turn because Jack 10 gets there. Queen Jack is a gutter we can peel, but now has a pair. So when I was giving some basic analysis during the hand without analysing it after, was that we know 5s are no good. That's the only way we choose to bluff on the river, is because we know if we show down our hand, we're dead. But he's just choosing to give up on this river.
It's really interesting because I can see in a recreational way how perhaps Anya's called the turn on the flush draw and she's missed the flush draw. So she's checked it at the end and his pair is still good.
When I get her out, I will be...
I think...
So I know that doesn't come into your reasoning, but as a recreational player, there would be a lot of recreational players who would call that turn
So have a
to see the river card to see if they hit the flush.
We just got to have a think about what flush draws we get to the turn with.
Sure, I mean, it was less likely.
I'm just recapping the board now. I don't see us getting to many rivers. 10-8 of spades is a hand that we could have for sure. Raise calling the 3-bet pre. We don't have 10-7 of spades lose to 5s. I think, the chat might be able to correct me. I think 10-8 of we've got one combo of a flush draw. I think
would have
been. That's just a function of the specific cards on the board. Such a complicated spot. I definitely don't have the answer. Just trying to do our best, but I think that there's only one flush draw there, so we know for sure and certain, the man knows his 5s are no good, but he just has to give up.
Okay.
Alright, when the players in the live, your price recommends at 800, 1600 with the 1600.
Because it was pretty much his tournament there if he shoves and she calls. So he had to give up at that point.
Well, I mean, so the stack to pot ratio is 1, around 1. So Anya's got a million chips behind, and there are a million chips in the pot. So the bluff size that's coming is all in, always.
Yes.
Now, I think it's impossible to say because it didn't happen, but I think that, that's, if he found that jam and Anya found the call, I don't know, we might have blown up the microphones back here because that would have been the greatest call of the week.
I still reckon she would have called, and we're going to get a chance to talk to her about that post the event. Yep. And this is another thing that we're doing on the feed. We're not just showing you the live poker. We are going out and doing lots of interviews and chats with players that have been involved in great hands and great final tables. So there's no question we will find out. She did say on the table at the time, if you shoved, I would have called. We'll see. We'll see if she says the same thing afterwards.
I just think on this specific river, once we call the turn, we're basically committing ourselves to Naman having bluffs. So I know she did say that, but it is likely that she would have called on this specific river because she's made the decision on the turn. The decision has been made on the turn, not the river. The decision's been made that Naman is bluffing.
Yep.
But it's a whole different ballgame. It's my favourite quote in sport. Mike Tyson's famous quote for when I can't remember what heavyweight title fight it was, but it was very simple. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. So when that jam comes on the river, it's completely different to thinking you'd call than to knowing you'd call with $45,000 up top. But I do believe her because of this specific river and the call we made on the turn. We'll never know.
No, we'll never know. But we did say at the time, or you did say at the time, that king was probably the worst card for Naman and the best card for Anya. So probably a better chance that she would have called than not.
I think so. But
anyway, it's a hand that's going to be spoken about, and we're just fortunate that we're sitting here watching poker like this because it does cause so much debate.
It does. I've got, there's so many different ways to play different hands, and everyone's going to have their opinion, and that's what makes the game so great.
You can rewind the coverage a little bit there, Damo, and have a look at it. It was a great hand, and it was probably a tournament-changing hand, definitely for Anya.
Cards? It's been dry for a while. And the cards have been out flush. But losing minimum.
The other thing, Jinxie, about watching the last few has been how well they've all played. I mean, everyone in their own way on this, the five that are left have just played so well. Some players have been a little card dead, others have been picking up hands, but I don't think you could fault the play of any of these guys. Dipper's definitely slowed down. Was very, very active. And he's sort of sat back and watched a lot of the action happen around him. Elizabeth's probably surprised everyone with how well she's played this final table. You know, has every right to feel completely overawed by all these people sitting around her. And she would know that, you know, she's got very, very good and very experienced players around her. And she's been fearless, you know, in the face of that. And
what's the word above fearless? Whatever that is, that's what she's
extremely fearless. Extremely fearless. And Anya, you know, just showed there just the courage to just follow her instincts and think the whole thing through, take her time. And we all know how good Noan is, so you know we don't really have to comment on his play.
Like you don't even tell me.
So
I think just very quickly, question in the chat was Anya Hannah the other day. That is correct. We put Hannah in the chat. It's just a Belarusian thing, but she does go by Anya. She's known affectionately as Anya in the poker community, so we just had that updated for you guys. So you're not seeing things, that is correct, but we're back to what everyone knows Anya as Anya.
She pronounces Hannah as Anya.
Yeah.
And I will let you know that Dipper is not Dipper's name.
Is it
George?
Zanina?
George.
Chris.
It's a lot of letters in the second one. A lot of letters.
Dipper will do.
He just goes as Dipper, and everybody knows him in the poker community as Dipper.
Shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Now, AFL followers would know Robert DiPier Domenico, who is known throughout his career as Dipper, and this Dipper makes about as much sense as the other Dipper at times.
Here we go, we're panning to the outer tables. This is our Goliath. $2,500 buy-in. Some of the best players in Australia on screen right now. Have a look at the lineup here. Lachlan Crilly, Nathaniel Hutton, Tom Amir. That's Tom Maguire there on the left as well, I can see out the back. And of course, the goat of all of them out the back right there, Jared Thatcher.
Now look at him. Get a bit of a look around the room. So the Goliath two-day event?
Yes, two-day event. We come back tomorrow after bagging up. Premium structure, $2,500 buy-in. Some of the best players in the country sitting at those tables right now.
Which one are you talking about?
Me.
And they aren't all big buy-in tournaments here. Jinxie, you've been spruiking this event that's starting at 2 o'clock tomorrow, this $150 buy-in. We're expecting an enormous field.
The Minotaur, or the Minotaur.
Minotaur.
The Minotaur. $150 buy-in, 50K start stack, 15-minute levels. You know, it's 2 re-entry. We've got late entry up until the end of level 8. That starts at 2 o'clock. I tried to have a small bet with Tony last night on the over and under on the numbers. He didn't want to comment, but I think whatever number we come up with, we will be looking at the over. It's a Friday. It's 2 o'clock. It's a deal adult $150 event. You do not get that anywhere in this country. You know, a lot of those big events that have a lot of runners sub $250, you know, they're self-dealt. But if you're looking to make that, step up from pub poker to
Sorry, I'm distracting him because the Swannies are kicking away here, and they've got a Western Bulldog supporter who's not very happy with what's going on. Chad Warner's just taken a screamer.
So I think that.
Sorry about that. He's shaking his head. He's not happy. No. I'll turn it off. So we've got we've got. What do you reckon the over and under? 200.
Oh, it's over 200.
Over
for sure.
250.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 250 would seem about right, but I think that, you know, just being a function of being Friday at 2 p.m. And, you know, we're going to get a lot. We're going to get a lot of runners here. And if you're thinking of making that step up from your home game or the pub, you couldn't think of a perfect event. We've been spruiking it all week. Get down. If it's your first APT event, this is the one. Now, we could peel here versus this size from Dipper. Sconce, very small out of position with ace-queen suited. You know, Anya's going to capitalise and pounce on this with 8-9 suited. We've got more than enough equity to call versus this size. And unfortunately, the hand will be taking no further, Anya will be taking no further part in the hand. But I just want to presume that Rohan in the chat is Naman's brother.
Right.
Telling his own brother that Naman got humbled by that hand, by Anya in that hand. I hope... Given the same last name, I'm going to presume very strongly. I wouldn't say Naman got humbled, but he took a line in which he has to fire that bluff, and Anya just had a read. You know, she just knew that she was good, and maybe he did get humbled in the words of Naman's brother. But you know, just a great hand we've talked about at length, and we'll be talking about for some time to come. Especially if Anya wins this tournament, that's the one that's going to propel her into the lead.
And they are the hands you talk about. I mean, some hands play themselves. A few hands earlier we saw queens against ace king. You know, they just play themselves out, hands like that. That was all about strategy, about size of betting, about
range construction.
Range. It was, yeah, and you know, that's where I suppose your more experienced players do have a terrific advantage. You know, the less experienced players sometimes get a great read and a great feel and go with that, and someone like Elizabeth's shown that, you know, that can really work for you as well. But you know, there's no question that the coaching and time that Anya's been putting into poker stood her in good stead there.
It did. It really did. You know, I don't think Anya would be upset with me to say that potentially she would fold that a couple of months ago. You know, where you know, she's getting a lot of hands here actually.
And haven't we seen this hand a lot? Nines.
We have. Oh, snap jam from Elizabeth. This is huge.
Oh, wow. So we've just said how well she's been playing, Elizabeth, and she's probably misread this.
I don't know if Anya will put this in though.
Yeah.
Because it's such a... You know, Anya does have the information about Liz's hands that she's been playing, and she's got a genuine decision on her hands for 30 big blinds. Not sure how pocket nines usually performs well, but we've got to have to consider the player type. That's what Anya's going through Anya's head. Another massive spot here.
And she would have caught up on the stream and seen that Elizabeth has played particularly well, but has gone in light, you know, pretty often.
Very often. We have so much hand here for 30 bigs. She's counting out a call. Don't know what we're going to proceed here with. We're going to be calling most of the time, but there's a lot more to go through Anya's decision-making process here. You know, of course, she'd love to be able to see that she's in incredible shape to knock out Liz. But Liz has just taken these lines non-stop. Ace-5 offsuit, Queen-8 suited. Queen-9 suited, Ace-8 suited. She's shown no fear.
The reality is there's only 5 hands that she's behind at this stage. So it's a hard fold.
Thought we were coming with call there, but Anya does take a lot of time with her considered decisions, and I think Anya will know by now that Elizabeth's definitely capable of having worse hands than nines, but I just feel like she was leaning towards fold here. But got a genuine decision. You know, we've probably got to put this in a lot of the time, but
I mean, at worst, she's probably thinking she's in a coin toss here. She probably feels that she's against 2 overs at worst.
Correct. Yeah, correct. But we're also dominate a lot of hands in this spot.
Sorry, at worst for Elizabeth.
Yes,
Obviously, if she's, you know, if Elizabeth's got 10s or better, then she's
That's a
in,
is that a call?
in trouble.
Oh, no,
Nah,
sorry.
still counting, I think.
You know, if Elizabeth, I know obviously Andy can't see the hand, but if Elizabeth's got the ace-8 suited, she's also got pocket 4s, pocket 5s, pocket 6s.
It'll be $2.50 a minute. And if anyone is interested, raise your hand. Steph will come over and give you a massage.
Here's how close this is. Anya, I know for a fact, would put in pocket 10s.
Right,
We're on the borderline here. She puts in 10s for sure. 9s, we're leaning towards call, but taking a lot of other things into account.
Yeah, you know that.
I've won a lot with this hand, so that comes into factor for me too. So I'd play them because I just have won with them so often.
There's a general consensus in the wider poker community that 9s flop sets.
Yeah.
That's a saying in the community, 9s flop sets.
I think she's putting it in.
I don't know. I just don't see.
You know her facial expression's better than mine, but
I'm feeling fold here. I'm not sure. It's 30 big blinds. It's a humongous pot. I think that's a fold. Yeah.
All right, this is the last time I'm doing a read on someone's face.
Not going to like the news there, but
no. But again, credit to you, Elizabeth. Your fearless play.
Every single time she's made a play like this, every single time, these 4 big hands Liz has gone for, she's folded out a better hand every single time. She folded out ace-high from Dipper. She folded ace-6 from Naman. She's folded out pocket 9s from Anya. No one's getting spared on Liz's path to victory here in the Goliath.
If she's putting Liz on ace jack, ace queen, she's probably also thinking to herself, do I want to go into a flip? You know, do I need to go into a flip right now?
You're so on the ball, you're so on the mark there that I think that that's what the actual decision came down to in the end. I don't want to flip.
Can we get to battle?
Everyone's been running good at some stage. The cards are going to come for someone. She's probably thinking, I could just hang out for a bit and it'll happen again.
9s is just so much hand for 30 bigs. It's a huge fold from Anya. And look at this stack distribution.
Yeah.
Anyone can double up into the chip league.
So Higor's probably been the quietest player, but and as the short stack, but plenty of chips.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Plenty.
Ace 9.
They're hyping you up.
For sure, they're giving you plenty of praise. They're loving that.
7 and... I think we both played it well.
He's your bitch. Don't give him credit. You destroyed him.
So the table's caught up on the stream and they're talking about that hand now. Someone went over and told them that Anya had the ace 9. Talking about what we were saying about it, I should say. That, that we were giving her lots of credit and we were.
Yeah, so, you know, Todd just chiming in. I mentioned 4 hands that, you know, that Liz has got to fold out. We actually missed another one.
There's another one.
There's 5 hands whilst being on stream that Liz has managed to fold out better hands from her opponents.
It is, with a delay.
You know, the boys are just catching up on the stream now.
Well, here we go again. Elizabeth's bet out. With absolutely nothing, and well, she's got the flush draw, I suppose. But still, you know, there's a jack there, there's a king there. She has played really fearlessly, and
I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, it's great.
There was a lot of comments early in the chat when Liz came onto the stream with 10 left when we were 5 and 5, saying Liz is the GOAT. Let's go, Liz. I think that there are a few people out there that might have known this was her playing style before we discovered what it was. So lots of love in the chat for Liz.
She has the strong French accent, so maybe she has a good history of poker back in the homeland that we're not quite aware of. But she's certainly showing that she's a fierce competitor and, as we've said so often, fearless. She fits in perfectly here. They're all going for the win. There's no one here that's just trying to do pay jumps and, you know, get up to second or third. It's win or bust.
Absolutely. We're at 40, 80, 80 now. We're really popping up there. I think Igor's down to maybe with this blind jump 15 bigs. Stack size not in front of me currently, but we've got a lot of hand that's about to tangle here. Naman Mirza, when he looks down at ace-5 suited, he knows that's going to be aces. And, you know, getting a lot of love for Liz in the chat, hearing that, you know, she's been on a lot of other big final tables, especially one with Naman.
She made the grind. I do remember seeing her in Brisbane on that final table as well. So she does have a good history in this event.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to let us know in the chat.
Please.
I can't get we can't get across everyone's story every time. You know, we bang on about Naman and Dipper and Anya because we know them so well, and we may not know a lot of these other people that come on the stream. Especially both of us are from Melbourne, you know, so we don't know a lot of these people. So don't be afraid to chime in and let us know their story and any results that they've had in the past. Love hearing the stories. Now, I was going to say that when Naman looks down at ace-5 suited, he thinks that that's ace-ace. Now, he's definitely taking this to the streets versus Dipper's 3-bet. Dipper shows another small size here, very interesting. And Dipper might take this down with the C-bet here. Be interested to see how we proceed. We know Naman's in a lot worse shape than he knows.
Straight out.
Straight out.
I think the cards were being pushed before the chips even hit the felt. So,
but we only had one ace left in the deck for us to hit.
Yeah.
Our stream does take into account those folded cards. Hope you're liking this new skin that we're working with. I thought we were up to 40-80. Doesn't appear that way.
It'll come up.
Yeah, no,
now on the deal.
30-60. My apologies. We're still at 30-60. And that will always come up at the start of the hand on the top right-hand corner.
We do love making the stream about the players as much as the game. So, as Jinxie said, if you've got some info on these players that we may not, if you played against them, if you are related to them,
of course, absolutely.
You know, get on the chat and you know, tell everyone about them. And then one thing we do know is that we're really impressed by the play. Could be a spot for Tigor on the big blind.
I think I just love this combination to be able to raise. Dipper's limping a lot of cheese here. We get to fold out so much equity. Be surprised to not see something here from Igor.
All in it is.
All in. Are we at 30-60 or 40-80?
An insta fold from Dipper. I'll see that.
Oh, no,
now. I think
30-60 is good, so it's 15 big blind jam. That's okay, sorry, my bad.
Yep.
Yeah, we're at 30-60, so we're ripping in about 15 there. And nearly always going in there blind on blind with Igor.
Liz is John Noble's mum. I'm assuming that's not the Johnny Noble that plays halfback for Collingwood. I think that's probably someone else, isn't it?
Let us know, it could be.
Alright, good players will be trying to do the live flip. If anyone is interested.
Didn't think John Noble had any French background in him. Anything's possible.
The man with kings under the gun here.
2,500 live.
Sometimes you got to give it up, Anya.
Anya knows she's got to defend, but I'm not sure that.
All right, pen players, this is the last call for coffees.
Good to see this. We've got a pure defend here versus the man. Versus anyone really, but just in such bad shape versus the kings in this specific hand.
It's a good flop not to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, only down to 1.3 million, 23 bigs. We could be lamenting that missed call there with pocket nine soon. You know, the love for chat, the love for Elizabeth, for Liz in the chat is reaching Simon Mutton levels. If you were with us hours ago, I couldn't even keep up with the comments. I felt like I was getting trolled. That's how much support was for Simon for the chat. And Liz is starting to mirror that. Just going back to that hand when she jams the ace-8 suited there. You know, maybe we missed one there for Anya with pocket nines. A couple of comments letting us know that's a fist pump call. And we've got to remember, we were at 20-40 at that stage. And Liz has jammed in the 28 big blinds. Now, Anya's chosen not to run that. But, you know, now at 30-60, we're down to 23 bigs. Could have been a missed opportunity. We'll find out.
As we've seen, only takes one hand. She just needs to pick up a decent hand against another one. So, Noman choosing the other option, which is to give up the big blind.
That's the best hand you've had.
We've had such an entertaining stream and coverage thus far this week. And we thought the Players' Champs was going to go really deep into the night on Tuesday. Now it's going to be well and truly replaced by the grind. I feel like we're going to be here for some time.
It does feel like that now. I think when Dipper knocked out his 15th player, it felt like it was going to be over by 9:30. But you know, clearly things have evened up. And they were always going to. You just cannot keep running like that.
Yeah.
Even though he did in the previous event, but yeah, I mean, eventually it was going to have to even itself out. Now we've got, you know, a very, very even table and 5 players who play a very different style.
We're just hearing is Liz from Belgium, not France?
Belgium, yeah. Well, did I say France? Or maybe I meant French. She was speaking French.
Okay.
Okay. And Johnny Noble is clearly not the guy who plays for Collingwood. Thanks for coming on the chat, John.
Yeah, so Liz is from Belgium. Certainly showing that aggressive European style in her play today. She's been unstoppable.
And she's going to raise. Going fearless again. Probably thinks that ace-9 out of the big blind's always going to be good.
Yeah, this is for value this time. The rest have all been bluffs. That was one rare value hand that she had.
I think we can confidently confirm that Anya is from Russia.
You do know that.
And that Liz is from Belgium. So
Anya, multi-bilingual, speaks fluent French, Russian, English, and I forgot the other languages as well. But now we are, just to reiterate to our viewers, we're on multiple different platforms. You'll find us on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. You know, our Facebook APT chat is usually the lively chat because we have so many followers. All our announcements and videos come out on Facebook.
Yep.
The APT Live. So it's not Australian Poker Tour, just to reiterate. It's APT Live.
Yep.
APT Live on Facebook. You know, that's where we have a lot of our comments coming in solely based out of the fact that that a lot of our updates and a lot of our player base is very Facebook heavy, so a lot of our people will get the alert on Facebook and it will just we're able to watch it through our Facebook page there. So if you don't see the comments and you're on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere else, that's where they're going to be coming from on Facebook. So dealer change in here, Princess out, Taylor in.
On our technology that we're using here, we're seeing the comments from all of the streaming servers, but yeah, of course, if you're watching it on YouTube, you're not seeing the Facebook comments
or the Twitch comments.
Exactly. So
everything's amalgamated and put into one package for us to make it easier for us to be able to, you know, communicate lively with the chat. We've had 3 instances this week where the chat has been going so quickly we haven't been able to catch up, and you know that just happened with Anya's hand with the ace-9. So that's why you might not be able to see those comments if you're on another platform, but we want to get our content out there as wide as possible, and YouTube and Twitch are places that we put that out there too.
Yeah, internationally we're getting more of our viewers on those platforms. The Facebook tends to be a lot more of the Australian viewers.
7 re-raise, 208.
But we are getting hundreds of viewers across the 3 platforms. So, you know, people are finding out that not only is there a stream, but there's a stream of some really great poker.
Definitely is, and you know, although WSOP Vegas is on currently, there's a lot of APT streams you'll find where some of the greatest players in the world who are Australian have played at. Josh McCulley, Bert Perry, Dylan Foster, all these players. You know, Dylan Foster, a former players champion. You know, lots of those guys have made those final tables. You'll see them on the big screens in Vegas on Poker Go, but they also are on APT streams as well. So, you know, keep an eye out for those guys in later series. It's good to be able to have some of the best players in the world. They're great that it's Australian. Obviously, we know the exports of Michael Adamo, you know, the best player in the world for nearly 2 years at the GPI rankings. Bert Perry was #1 in the GPI for Australia last year, and it's so great to be able to have them playing APT when those big series in Vegas aren't on.
Getting some info in the chat that Liz travels around the world with 2 of her pals, Lauren Bonts and Elise Depore. Imagine that lifestyle, the 3 of them traveling around the world, playing poker. That'd be a good reality show. Maybe I should pitch that one to Netflix.
Elise is a very competent player. I've played with Elise a lot through the years. Very good PLO player. And a lot of deep runs. I think she has a major APT title. I think I'd have to check that, but great to see, you know, the ladies out there from interstate in the mix, playing with and matching it with the best in Australia currently.
So Anya's had a pop at this with nothing. Igor has hit the 9 and comes along. See another card.
We just got to start constructing some bluffs in this node, and Anya got to have a think about why we do this, and it's this really junky hand that has no equity, that can't continue blind on blind. These are the hands we like to take to the streets. Really good to see Anya do that, but you know, this is a card we can barrel 2 on the double flush draw and really put Igor in the blender here. See how she proceeds. We don't get here with many worse hands than 10-3-0. She opts with check.
She's hoping for something that makes a straight or hit a 10. She's got neither.
No spade in her hand either. I think potentially this is not a bluff candidate. We know our 10 high is no good, but you know, after checking back the queen here, we could have some queen X, we could check back some flush draws, but I doubt it. Not sure this is a combo we'd like to bluff without that spade in her hand, but let's see how she proceeds. Interesting spot.
Almost identical in chips. Well, they actually are identical in chips.
Yeah, there you go, 1.12 million.
If she can find a way to shoot 200 out here, she's going to take it, but
blind versus blind, I wouldn't be so sure. I think, you know, Igor could look her up in some spots here in this particular node because we are blind versus blind. You
She's
know,
going to do it though. Here we go. We're about to find out. She has put out 200.
we have to choose a size here that makes
175. And I reckon she's got called. Well called by you.
Yeah.
Well called by you.
You know, that's just the hand in which we know we can't show down there.
Yeah.
And, you know, we could maybe have a better bluff candidate with a spade, but he got called pretty quickly there, and we'll move on.
He called without really thinking about that, didn't he?
Yeah, it's the way those blind versus blind hands work. I have a feeling Hegor has picked up on some things from Anya at this final table, that she's a lot more studied now, and she's very competent and knows she's going to have some bluffs here. And actually, it's probably definitely the truth there, because Hegor called so quickly. We've got the five. You just saw us pan out to the 550. The 550 Kings Cards Mega Free. No, apologies. It is a freeze-out tournament, but it is a 550
so many events
freeze
on here.
No, the Super Freeze. I was close. There's a 550 Super Freeze, 50k start, 20-minute level. That's what you saw us pan to. Very accomplished players are on that 550 table that weren't in the Goliath. Nicky Turner, Craig Abernathy, Lucho Vargas. Good to see them flicking in the 550s.
5 balls. Heads up.
You know, we're sub 1 million now, Anya, and you might look back and she's probably just about to find out the pocket nines were really good in that spot, and got to keep a level head.
Expect 300,000.
$300 goes in from Liz. I'm so impressed with her.
Oh, she's amazing.
Really am so impressed. It's the right sizing. She's just playing it so well. She's reading the table very well.
Trying to pick a few names out from the crowd here. Dennis Huntley.
Oh, Dennis Huntley sitting there. Talk about a player who doesn't do the math. He is just all about, looks you in the eye and goes, call!
Oh, that was a good impression, actually. Call, I'll call ya.
I know I'm giving you money, but
That's just about bang on.
7 raised, 125. 1 fault. 4 fault. 5 fault. 6 fault.
back outside. Very impressive room this is. Lots and lots of tables. Someone posted on the chat before, gee, you're going to need a lot of dealers tomorrow for that 150. Well, we've got a lot of tables, so we'll have a lot of dealers.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see there, number 47 up the back, and that's not all of them. There's an ante room as well with 20-odd tables.
Out the side there, yep.
So,
satellite area.
Yeah, lots of places to play. The ace-9.
One raise, 125,000.
This might well be remembered as the ace-9 tournament.
5 faults.
Definitely. It's just a shame we haven't been able to capitalise on that momentum. We had our chance there with the 9s after Anya made that amazing call on the turn versus Anya and versus Naman, and you know, we had the opportunity to really capitalise on that. Now we're sub 1 million chips. Going to be frustrating for Anya. She's got to keep it together. Still got a lot of chips to work with. As Dipper over defends the Jack-3 suited here. And flops a flush draw.
6 checks.
Hello. You the pit boss? Ah.
7 checks. 1 checks. 3 raise. Six checks.
Tipper's going to bet out here on the flush draw. That he'd be reading that that second
Yeah,
8
bets.
has not
220,000.
helped anybody. We can see that at this stage, Hegel is still ahead with the ace-9.
One calls.
Elizabeth's going to think better of this, I would imagine.
Well, we've
Goes
been
in.
wrong before.
All right.
Love this call from Hegel. He's identified his ace-9 might be good some of the times versus Dipper's bluffs, which he's got here. He's got the 9, got the straight draw working as well. This could be an interesting river.
1,000, 2,000 or the 2,000?
I think on this specific one, a barrel here could get it done. We block our opponent's bluffs with that 9 of hearts. It's a very interesting pot here. Already up near 900k. Dipper's nearly always betting. He knows we can't show this one down.
400, I reckon.
7 bets, 350,000.
350. Very close.
One calls.
Wow!
Hegel
You are
showing
watching some good players here, aren't you?
unbelievable. He's showing, he snap called there. He's showing why he is in prime position now to be a back-to-back grind winner. Won it in Adelaide only a couple months ago. Huge run at the APO main event as well, and we just saw why.
So I reckon I said 15 minutes ago, he's on the short stack and he's been very quiet. And have a look what's happened.
You know, that's such a great call because, you know, we've got some equity there on the turn, but that 9 of hearts is so important. The block of our opponent's defence when we have that 9 of hearts, but we do block 8-9 suited, really important. He's going to decipher correctly that Dipper's over defending his big blind with these suited combos. He didn't even give that a second thought. Unbelievable from Hegor. He's just shown me why he's had all of this. He's just shown me why he's had all of these results. Incredible hand.
Now this is a really hard spot under the gun with 3s, and it's going to be all in, I'd say. Yeah, it is.
Chat popping off for the Brazilian. I think we might have had a lag there, but we can't even see the rest of the comments. It's full of Brazilian flags. And Anya gets through the jam there, five-handed with pocket 3s, thankfully.
Yeah, tough spot there. Little pair under the gun.
Yeah, probably looking to maybe usually fold them, but I think that Anya's had enough. Knows on this table she's going to have to start accumulating chips. Pocket 3 is good enough. The chat is absolutely popping off for the monster call that Hego just made. Can't stress enough the importance about that 9 of hearts there. And if he didn't even give that a second thought. He knew his man.
It was crazy, wasn't it? You just insta-call. Yeah, didn't even think about it.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Dipper's going to like this. This is right in his range.
7 raise, 125. 1 fold.
Now we're seeing a very subdued version of Hegor as well here. He's known for being very...
That was going to always happen.
Oh, what a jam here from Anya. Let's go.
And
love
quick
this
fold.
low-suited ace-X. Knows how wide Dipper's jamming on the button. Love seeing this from Anya. Got that jam through with 3s. We love that jam there with ace-2 suited. Really stepping up her game. She'll know now that Liz had the ace-8 suited. We just got to keep our composure. Get these jams through which you know are correct. But look at the chat for Brazil. The Brazil flags are popping off here. Didn't realize we had so many people in the chat supporting Hegor, but usually a really emotive, you know, entertaining player to play with. Very subdued version of Hegor today. You know, what, like, We didn't harp on it too much, but there's a lot of players that would have folded 9-7 on that board versus Anya, blind versus blind. He gave that about 2 seconds thought, called, and he knew his man on the river there with against Dipper. You know, I think we might be finding another.
And he's got another ace.
She knows how wide Higor's going to be opening on the button. And another jam from Anya. Love this. Get up and about. The ace-2 suited's got through Dipper. The ace-5's going to get through Higor here. You know, she knows now. We've harped on that 9. She knows. But she also knows we need to accumulate chips here. And she's taking these jams over these wide opens. Love to see this. She's seen great poker all night, really, haven't we?
And amazingly, the guy who's feeling that he's in quicksand at the moment's Dipper.
Yes.
He's just
nothing's
happening. Nothing is happening for him.
Nothing's happening. The tide's turning. You know, how many times Dipper would have got a bluff like that through in the last couple of days? It's probably the first time he's been looked up. It's a little bit of frustration creeping into the great man's face.
Naman, little pair in the small blind. Raises it up to 150. This is going to look down at a king 9. That's good enough for her to play.
She's going to more than play king 9 from what we've seen.
6 calls.
Calls.
So we go to a flop. Little pair against the overs. Little pair is still ahead.
Mini main flight D. If you're interested to enter into our mini main flight D, now's the time to head over to registration. There is only just 2 minutes left.
And have a look at Liz. Have a look at this.
6 calls, 100.
Calls with absolute air.
I mean, we do have king eye blind versus blind.
Oh,
but
and this is a great card for her.
I think Naman's going to think, because we've got to remember, Naman raised pre-flop and Elizabeth called, so Naman, it's a really great card for his range. I'd be surprised to see Naman not barrel this.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? He just has to.
Yeah, this is going to go humongous here.
She's getting out here. Surely she's getting out here.
Look at Naman firing away.
No, she's getting out. I mean, we've seen some great play, but no, okay.
She deciphered correctly that
yes.
Naman was bluffing, but we also don't beat bluffs, so...
Mine's an ante, thank you.
Anya really dropped a lot below that 1 million, and we see over those 2 jams already back up to 1.5. We can just tell through those 2 hands a precarious position everyone's in. You can double into the chip lead no matter what.
All in with the king 4 on the small blind. She's pretty fearless.
I mean, she's just open jam 23 bigs there. Goodness me. A lot of this stuff we've seen from Liz is definitely on the unconventional side, but look what's happened. It's worked every single time, bar none. Bar none.
Folds. 5 folds.
150. 150.
6 raise, 150,000. 7 folds. 1 call.
Are we a chance?
No,
are
the
we dead?
AFL, you're in no chance.
Okay.
But I don't know if you want to see it, but we've run away a little bit, the Swannies. Looks like the Dogs have been very inaccurate. 12-16 to 16-6.
That's so frustrating because Sydney have looked nigh on unbeatable this year at times. And
Looks
really
like you've had a lot of chances without having watched too much of the match.
No more football, back to poker. I can't cop that. Frustrating one to lose there for the Doggies. Any feedback on the game last night at the MCG?
That it was rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an off-season stroll around, but still a great opportunity for people to see EPL teams that they'd never probably get a chance to see. So 70-odd thousand went, but yeah, my mates at the game said it was a bit half-paced.
Yeah. To be expected.
Raise 120,000.
It's interesting being smack in NRL territory here as we are in Queensland, but we're at a club that's an AFL club, and I just went out to get something to eat, and every TV screen's got the AFL game on.
It's the only place. Don't get your right.
It's really unusual.
It is. It is. This is the place to come if you do want to watch AFL. But, I've been playing poker up in Queensland for the last 2.5 years, and when I get talking to people about the football and I start talking about the Doggies, they just assume I'm talking about Canterbury, the Canterbury Bulldogs, and they've got no way of getting all the players wrong and whatnot, but just you forget that you're in NRL territory.
One re-raise, 350.
Hagor is taking King 3 suited to the streets versus under the gun. Knows how wide Naman has been, and Hagor really picking and Naman snap bins. You won't like Hagor, that the disrespect from the King 3 suited out of the small. Love to see it. God, the chat's going to be popping off with this 3-betters just as much as it was with that ace-9 call. Love to see him taking Naman to the streets. Stack's still so evenly distributed. Anyone can win this now. It's not just Dipper's tournament.
Hours and hours and hours this game.
No. When we got on here,
2 hours after this break.
when it was a full final table, you probably couldn't have got odds on Dipper. He was just so far ahead, so many chips.
No more bets.
Breaks. Yeah. And you're nearly jamming.
All right, from the
He's
players,
looking-
we do have the wonderful
Doesn't look
ladies
like
from
Dipper at the moment,
Contestant.
does
No,
he?
he's looking a bit frustrated.
And Steph. If anyone is interested in
You can see him going a bit nuts on a marginal hand here because he does look frustrated.
7 raise, 100.
$2.50 a minute, guys. If you're interested, raise your hand and they'll come over.
I think
5 folks.
we've seen the tide turn over the last couple of days straight from that ace-9 hand. Dipper getting looked up with Jack high by ace-9 there has just taken the wind out of his sails, which have been upright for 3 days straight. It's really changed everything, and we might just see that as a great call, but it's that changes our momentum, it changes our thought process. It's maybe sometimes we start not pulling the trigger, knowing how light Hagor's going to call us down, and the call changed a lot more than just that pot.
Yeah, get one. I'll have a scotch with you. The bar's still open over there, right? Yeah, that one is.
There is another factor here, and Dipper's gone so deep in every event that he's played. He's actually got to be getting a bit tired. He's played a lot of poker.
Late night stuff, and I feel like that fatigue is definitely in the back of everyone's mind when they play poker. Especially in these 1K plus buy-in events, multi-day events, 2 a.m. finishes, 1 a.m. finishes, maybe not eating. We've spoken about this at length in the last couple of days. Maybe not eating well either. So
seriously, how many 4 and 20 pies can you eat?
I love being able to get out to that Italian place.
Yeah.
A little like a spaghetti and meatballs. At least I feel like I have something half decent.
Sure.
We have those sausage rolls there at the back. There's only so many of them, as you said.
The players have a lot of options out here at the Sharks. Great club. Lots of eating options, as I say, bars. If you like your pokies, gazillion pokies on site. And some terrific poker down here in the event centre.
One call.
Now we've got another 10-minute break coming up. Not sure how many hands we're going to fit in until then.
Guess what Anya's got?
Ace-9 offsuit. The hand of the tournament, basically.
Four folds.
Does no man want to tussle here? I think the answer is yes.
Five raise, 210,000. 6 folds.
Tipper's got the ace-9. That goes in. He got the threes. Needs another 150 to call Norman's raise.
Sure we'll ever see a call. I think potentially it's a jam or all in. No, he's just going to jam or fold, sorry. And he's just going to bin that one.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised.
Yeah.
Right?
That does take us into a 10-minute break, I believe. Yeah, players will go on a 10-minute break and so will we. We'll come back.
Yeah.
Hope you're enjoying the stream here from the Southport Sharks. It's the
Dipper,
Australian Poker Tour.
10-minute break, yeah?
back for day 2 of the grind. 30 runners bagged up on the first 2 flights, all with a chance to win their share of the $150,000 prize pool. Tune in to tonight's stream with Braden Jinks to watch all the action unfold as it happens.
Dog is beautiful, yeah.
I love animals so much.
Yeah, me too.
It's a Labrador but stronger.
It's a golden retriever. It's called golden
a
retriever.
pure one?
Yeah, pure
Oh,
golden retriever.
with
Yeah.
long hair.
Yeah,
One,
long
yeah,
hair.
yeah.
Yeah, beautiful dog. I love them
Oh
so
yeah,
much.
they're so.
Oh, so loving, you know.
Yes.
Yeah,
But they all are.
they all are. Yeah. They're the only animal I think that loves you unconditional, no matter what.
Yeah, that one. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
40 please.
Players in the Super Freeze. We have 21 players remaining on 3 tables today, and we are paying top 9. So top 9 will be paid. We'll go to the final table with 9, and all 9 players will be in the money. Good luck.
250. Raise. Seat 6 raise. 250,000. 250. 7 4. One fold. Let's go. One check. 250. That's 250,000. One fold.
Attention all players and dealers in the mini main. Your blinds will be up next hand. 1500, 3000 with 3000 big blind empty. Let us all dealers and players in the mini main. 15, 3, 3. Next hand down, please.
Back here, live, 5-handed left at the grind final table. We're at 40, 80, 80K. 5 left, $45,000 up top. Dipper, Naman, Higor's asserted himself. Anya sticking around, and Liz, she's shown she's got some serious moxie when it comes to lower limit Texas Hold'em. We have a really interesting 5-handed battle left to go. Lots of love for Higor. Look at our stack distribution here. We can basically double into the chip lead through anybody. Any double up is we're into the chip lead, even if we're Anya. 14 big blinds there down the bottom. Welcome back, Harvey Silva. We're into the business end of the grind now.
I'm watching
I'm staggered how many players out on the floor are watching this stream. Everyone's watching it.
That Players' Championship, when I went out there on Tuesday night, every phone on the table in every event literally was watching the stream.
and because there is plenty
People are being very complimentary of you, but I did have a couple of people say, tell them to stop giving away players' secrets because you obviously know people very well, and I don't want you to stop. But you know what they're saying is, I suppose it's a bit of a backhanded compliment that you're actually analysing stuff so deeply that you know people are thinking that because you know how well so many of these people play and how they play, and the insight that you're giving into that is phenomenal, really is.
I will admit I have, that's definitely been the negative feedback I've received is that there's a lot of tools of the trade that I've given away here for free, but I'm now I've been playing poker professionally for 2.5 years. This is a job now for me as well. I'm getting paid to do this. I want to do the best job that I can do. I've got the experience of so many hands online, and I've played against demand so much, and I'm just trying to give the viewer an insight into what Naman's thinking in certain hands. If people think that I'm giving away too much stuff, then so be it. I don't know how much it affects those players' bottom line, but we're here to build the APT brand, not worry about our bottom line as a professional. And these streams are so important for the longevity of Australian poker. I've spoken about this at length over the last couple of days, and I have received the feedback that I probably have given a lot away and, been too in-depth in certain spots when, we analysed that ace-9 hand from Anya at significant depth, and, I know that feedback's been given to you, it's been given to me, but in my world, I have a very high work ethic, I have a hard worker, and I'm here to do a job. We're paid to commentate this stream, and I just want to do the best job possible. I've received countless feedback, personally and in the comments, which you'll see publicly, that people love that stuff, and I know they are learning. But here's the alternative: you can go and watch Brian Rast and other commentators, Jeff Platt, Brett Hanks, go commentate on Triton and the best poker players in the world. That's free on YouTube. If you think it's going to affect your bottom line as a professional, these players is freely available information on YouTube as well for free. You can go and watch the best players in the world. Triton is one of the best coverages of poker in the world as well. That's free. Go out and watch that too. There's only so much that I know. I'm nowhere near the best player in this country. And you can go and watch the best players in the world on Triton. If I can give away a few tidbits that put people over the line to start studying and coming and producing entries into the APT, that's what we're here for. So that's what I say to that feedback. I get both sides of it. Don't get me wrong, I really do. But in my opinion, I'm here to do a job. I'm loving what I'm doing, and I want to do the best job possible, and that's the only way I know how. So that's my answer to that. I've been a bit emotive about that in the last couple of days.
Oh no, I'll just let you go because that's a completely unnecessary rant that you've gone into, because I was instrumental in getting you into this gig, and if you weren't doing what you're doing, you wouldn't be on here. I don't need another person like me just to try and entertain people and
read the cards out and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we need the insight. We need, we want people to learn how to play as much as to be entertained and to understand what goes through a player's mind. And that other thing you just said, well, I ran into Craig Abernathy just outside, and that little area of your insight was brought up, and do you know what he said? Exactly what you just said. There's a million places on YouTube you can go and find out how to play poker and get coached. So why not here? Why not get on the stream, and as well as being entertained and seeing how, I mean, the other thing about the entertainment in this is how much is on the line. You know, there is, this isn't people playing for a couple of bucks or, you know.
25 grand.
Yeah, so it's the drama of this that gets people in. So if we can combine the drama with you actually learning how to play and understanding why players are acting the way that they are, and you know, you're sort of getting the whole thing. So an unnecessary rant, but you have every right to go.
I don't think you realise how much feedback I've got personally on this point.
Yeah.
You know, I do have the best players in Australia in my circle, and that's like where that feedback has come from. I get their point for sure, but you know, they're looking after themselves with that feedback. I have to look after myself too. I like having this job. I really want to do the best for APT. We're desperate for good operators here in the APT. Yeah, in Australia, APT's part of that. We're always going to have competitors and other people that we work with. You know, if a couple of people are worried about me giving out information in their bottom line, I do have those best players in Australia in my circle. I'm nowhere near that group, but you know, be able to give that information to people to be able to maybe make that step to study and come play APT. We're here. The stream's free. You can watch it on YouTube. You can go and watch Brian Rass comment on Michael Adamo on YouTube
he's
as well.
standing up again. He's getting passionate.
I'll sit back down.
As I said to you, honestly, Jinxie, you wouldn't be here in this gig if you weren't imparting that wisdom and you know, and playing you know, the expert, because we need one of those. And I'll tell you the other thing this is going to do for you personally. It's going to make you a better poker player. Watching this,
I can't describe to you how much that it has been able to, you know, getting a lot of support in the chat in relation to, you know, what I'm saying, but I can't. A lot of spots I think I might know, but as I start to explain them on the stream, I start thinking, the cogs start turning in my head. Well, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I've been wrong about this spot for days. So
I'm always wrong. So you know, it's good to come whenever I call something and it actually happens. I feel great because hey, maybe I do know a little bit about this. So no, it's
Let's hope I don't lose mates over it. That's the only problem.
Well, if you lose mates over it, they weren't mates in the first place. So. You know, this is what I love about this community, is that it's super competitive on the felt, and it's very supportive and encompassing, you know, off the felt, and it, you know, will continue to do so. I think everybody out there wants to see this tour grow and this game grow, and you know, it's only going to benefit everyone. So anyway, rant over. We're having a ball here. The setup is quite incredible.
One more comment, because one of the best players in this country.
There he is.
Didier Guerin has chimed in and supported kind of my side. I know Didier for sure is going to see the other side of it as well, but I hope that Didier, you know, and those type of players that can see I'm just sitting here trying to do a good job. So.
Yeah, but Didier spent heaps of time with us in commentary in Brisbane.
Loves it.
And did the same thing. I mean, he didn't just sit there and, you know, and talk blandly. He gave some incredible insight into, you know, why players were playing a certain way. And Didier, thank you. And we definitely get you back in here soon. People loved you behind the microphone, and
they love him anyway.
Yeah, and
just behind the microphone.
Yes, one of our aims is definitely to, you know, get a spread of players and other, you know, interested parties in as part of the commentary too. I know you've listened to myself and Jinxie a fair bit over the last couple of days if you've been on the stream, but over the weekend we'll switch it around. Definitely tomorrow. My Pies are playing tomorrow night, so we play Fremantle over in Perth, so I'm definitely going to be looking for someone to step in for me for a couple of hours.
I had a couple of people wanting to step in tonight, and that's good to be able to know that you'll be off to see off to have a look at the Pies. I'll get those fellas in tonight, so don't worry, it won't just be me in here.
I won't be far. There's every bar shows it here. As we said, we're at an AFL club up in Queensland, very unusual, and they don't really show the league. It's a real AFL theme. Every telly had the footy on tonight outside, and I've got no doubt it'll be pumping too. Dipper picking up ace queen here on the button. We need to see Dipper get a big active again. He's lost about half his chips. He was a massive chip leader. Anya, who's played so well throughout to get into this last 5. Still a pretty even spread of chips. It's still anyone's title, this one.
Definitely does. Definitely does.
And again, we're going to encourage anyone who ever wanted to get involved in a professional atmosphere, feels like a little Las Vegas in here. If you're free tomorrow, $150 buy-in, dealer dealt event. You don't see that anywhere.
And you're not
Starts at 2 o'clock down here at the Southport Sharks. If you're a pub player and you want to dip your toe in, or if you back yourself in and think that you can beat a big field, we're thinking there'll be 200, maybe even 250 people.
1200, 2400 with the 2400 big one empty.
Come on down.
Your blinds are up.
Not risking a heap.
To win an infinite amount.
It's going to be
compared
heaps.
to the buy-in.
Oh, it's going to be heaps. You're backing 250 to play that? 250 people?
I think that's about right, to be honest. Yeah, definitely over 200 for sure. Especially being on 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday.
And if we get those sort of numbers, this place will be buzzing tomorrow.
Oh, it'll be unbelievable. Can't wait to be here. We've got a Liz raising under the gun. Now, interesting spot here with Anya. She knows how wide Liz has been. She's gone for the
she's
jam.
gone it in.
Amazing. And she'll just generate so many folds. She'll get the snap fold here from Liz. Obviously can't call this one off. A great
Hang on.
jam from Anya.
I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure Liz won't call this.
I mean, we can't really put in, you know, Anya's jam here with King 9 suited is so strong that, you know, A6 just doesn't perform well. And I know Liz has shown some moxie in her hands previously, but
her moxie has been reading people. She's just read everybody so well.
Such a great jam from Anya. I love this, and it should generate so many folds. It should.
Yeah. I mean, she should get through.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah,
Liz looks like she's in the.
She's in pain.
Oh my God!
She called it. She did. Oh my Lord! Wow. I mean, this woman is she a psychic?
I mean, that's probably one of the only ways I can describe what just happened then.
Wow.
Anya still has 41% equity.
Absolutely. 2 live cards here.
Oh, goodness me. This is a hand that maybe should not have occurred. But Liz has shown a propensity to put her chips in the middle no matter what. I think Anya's in a bit of disbelief as well. Naman is. Look at the look on Naman's face.
They all are.
They all are. Unbelievable call here, and just so happens to find the absolute bottom of Anya's range. What a jam from Anya, identifying Elizabeth's weakness under the gun. We have some equity, backdoor spades, got a straight draw as well. King and 9 are also good. We're looking at about 40%.
Turns of 10 clubs.
That's more of a spot, actually.
Anya jumps to the lead.
Got to dodge a club and we're good.
Oh, good. Wow. Wow.
Ace of clubs making Elizabeth the flush.
The highs and lows of poker in one card. Wow.
That's just stunning. Can't put that any other way. Anya could not have played better through this final table. We did have that big spot with the pocket 9s earlier.
I think Elizabeth's even embarrassed. Look.
The look on Naman's face probably says everything.
Yeah.
I'm in somewhat, you know, when we see Anya jam the King 9 suited, we just expect that, you know, A6 is a part of these race folds that we can have in this spot. You know, even sometimes opening into Naman's big blind, we can, and we could have folded the ace-6 off under the gun, but you know, we saw Anya jam the ace-2 suited, the ace-5-0, but the call-off is, I mean, well, she was good.
Yeah, no, she
was good. Ace-6 high was good.
I've got to say, it's almost like she knows what the opponent's holding. I mean, this is not the first hand. This is 6 or 7 hands like that you just think you can't. And yeah, maybe those glasses are X-ray glasses.
No, that would be a serious issue for the integrity of the game.
Yeah, well, we were only 5.
So
the value of the cards. That's one thing.
I think that.
I think Anya was pretty stunned too with that.
I think Naman's face said it all there. I mean, you know, the ace-6 is at the bottom of our opens there. We're opening that as a bluff, especially into a player as wild as Naman's big blind. But to call off the jam and being good is extraordinary, and that's changed the tournament again. You know, the chat is really popping off. But
I really don't think that was disrespect in any way. I think Anya was just stunned by that. Firstly stunned by the call, and then she's miles in front, and then
the flush.
It's just crazy.
I'm in as disbelief as Naman is currently, actually.
Yeah. Have a look at him.
Anyway, look, I mean,
well, that's poker, and we move on, and as soon as
look at what
Liz is stacked.
Look at what Liz has done here, and Naman,
well, hang on, we could have some more fireworks here. Dippers queens under the gun. Naman's got 4s.
Remember, viewers at home, we're at 40-80. This is only 20 big blinds, 4-handed with a pair versus Dipper's range.
He's gone all in,
He's gone all in.
Wow, this is 2 hands in a row that are going to define this event. He's not going to be happy to see queens, obviously, and this could be Dipper's way back into the tournament.
What a 2 minutes.
I think it's your time for a bad beat.
It probably is.
Naman asking for a bad beat for Dipper.
So this is basically all in, all in. They're almost identical in chips. Leave Dipper with 50k if he loses.
Huh? What am I? You just jump on the opportunity.
You folded a 4, a queen. I really wanted each. All right, that's good for me.
It's bad for me.
Did you have a 4? Yeah, she had a 4.
No, I think both 4s and both queens are still in the deck from my memory. But anyway, it's not really going to matter unless Naman can get incredibly lucky here.
Do we have a heart working? No, we don't.
No, I don't want to see 5 hearts.
No, I don't think he does want to see 5 hearts. And he doesn't want to see a 4.
2 outs and 2 outs only.
On the rail, Naman, almost on the rail. And he is now as we get another queen. Unnecessary, but it gets Dipper another big double up, and now we are in the pointy end, very pointy end of the tournament. 3 left. We're just going through the chips to see if Naman has anything left, but I think we'll find that he was just covered, barely covered.
I've already gotten a drink.
Okay.
Dipper
That's it,
offering
covered.
to buy Naman a drink. Naman has won plenty of money finishing 4th here to buy his own drinks.
He maybe folded a 4. He definitely folded a queen though.
Just in case the queen came. I said I had to hit it.
You do lose Naman in 4th place off the grind, taking home $14,300. We get a big round of applause for Naman.
You heard it there for yourself, $14,300. Pretty good couple of days' work. Naman, though, very proud man. He would have liked the trophy to accompany the money, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So 20, 20, that's 20, 20, 20.
Very hard to get away from pocket fours there. I feel four-handed when Dipper's raising under the gun. We know the amount of hands that that Dipper, that would be raising there, and fours is so much hand for 20 bigs versus that range. I just got so much admiration for Naman's play. He really showed some moxie tonight. He's squeezing with that ace-3. We know he got jammed on, but even the pocket fires double barrel that Anya called off, but the propensity to be able to barrel those hands, keep firing. You really don't want Naman on your left in any tournament you sit down, and it's GG's Naman in 4th place.
80, is it?
If you don't watch much poker or you haven't watched much Australian Poker Tour, I do have to tell you, it's not always like this.
No, it's absolutely not.
The last few nights have just been something else.
This is 20.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
That's 20, yeah?
Yeah, they're 20. There's one there too.
Tipper with the big chip lead now.
How much have you got?
He's got about 2 million, Dipper.
2 mil. 2
So-
mil, probably.
No, it's more than
No,
that.
had more than 2 mil.
No, Dipper's got 3.7.
Yeah.
Liz has got a touch over 2 mil.
We've been blessed with these streams this week. That Players' Champs final table was something to behold, and yesterday we brought you something different. We brought you day 1B of the grind, interviewed Tony Hashem, and really had some great ideas and was letting us know what the plans are for APT. But from basically now all the way until Sunday, this is the type of stuff that we're going to be bringing you. And, a lot more analysis on these hands, walking through these hands and whatnot. Still trying to keep it entertaining, but these final tables have been nothing short of, they've been nothing short of unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been a tough job for you to analyse these hands because they have been all over the shop, and there's been a fair bit of unorthodox poker played, and
Who went the girl?
the young lady on the tables probably played most of it, and she has just read everybody like a
Can
book.
you tell him to leave us
Whatever
old guys
happens
alone,
from
mate?
here,
Let him know.
Liz just, applaud her sense of what's been happening on the table, a sense of weakness, the time to put the pressure on, a couple of shoves that you just, what are you doing? But it's almost like she knew.
She folded out the best hand every single time. Every single time she folded out the best hand.
Ole, ole.
So Dipper is back.
You can tell the change in personality, can't you? As soon as he's won a pot, Hegor got on top of him, and Dipper was a little quiet, but this is the Dipper we know.
No. Which means you'll... No.
Rocking out to a bit of cold chisel in the room there. I don't know how many people are still out there, but
Just grab that one out. Sorry, Princess.
no dancing on the tables, please.
It's only Thursday, we hope not.
Just seen the boss walk into the production area, Tony Hashem. He's, I think he's playing outside. They might be on a little break.
He actually, so it was 20 paid in this, and I commentated that final bubble hand where Lachlan Crilly busted in 21st to get us into the money, but Tony let me know that he was the one before that. 22nd, Tony finished 2 off the money in the grind.
So we got a King 10 against an Ace 10. I'll go to a flop of 8 Jack 6. Free card. Gives Dipper a few more outs. That's not helping.
King high.
Check, check. The ace high. We'll take it.
Oh, you have ace 10 as well. Wow.
There are the remaining payouts. 19,800 for third, 27,800 for second, and 45k up top.
I needed the queen. The queen then.
Yeah. Oh yes, that would have been
Bye.
Queen Jack for Liz.
So that's just my small blind, right?
Three-handed. She's gonna like that.
C6 raise.
And she's raising it up to 250. Igor looks her up from the big blind.
One check. Full 400.
She's just unbelievable.
She's a machine. She chooses the 2/3 size on the ace 8-3, something we just don't see ever.
It
And
worked. Whatever you said worked.
Dipper said it all for us.
Yeah.
I'm losing it here.
You're a big blind, please.
I just know I have the winning hand.
Yeah, she did. She knows that she's got the winning hand every time, and when she doesn't have the winning hand, she pushes everyone off their winning hands. It's pretty incredible. The danger for Liz, I suppose, is she could come unstuck just once.
That's the problem. Those 5 bluffs she's run.
Well, yeah, it makes up for the one that, because eventually she is going to just misread it, but she hasn't yet. Pocket fours. All in. All in. With the pockets.
Medium one.
How about we just
No.
Oh, it's okay for me.
Here in the same spot that Arne had. Just so much. She's shown
You guys
It's
at me.
not bad.
No. I mean, she must be approaching 3 million chips now.
Blind, please.
Igor, the Brazilian, going for
What are you
back-to-back
thinking?
Ryan trophies.
I mean, that's
Liz, we've been reliable.
more than second each. And we're all, actually, I'm probably chip leader, so maybe we do ICM.
Do ICM
Yeah.
or
Australia, great
make them sweat and
mix
play
of
it out.
play styles and nationalities
Well,
on
I'm
the
sweating,
final
eh?
table.
I'm happy with that. The problem is we,
See here
I'm
in
living my
just in
best
Gold
life.
Coast,
yeah.
the APT. Players through
Yeah, but how much you got?
You can talk it.
Depends on what you got. Yeah. I'll just count my stack first.
You don't need to though, mate.
Yeah, I know. If we do anything, it's probably ICM, which will get you close to 30 anyway.
haven't been
Oh no, but it's completely unconventional. It's just, I mean, what we're admiring is that she potentially could be so overawed
you're
here,
right, we'll go next hand.
yet she's just showing amazing courage, no fear, just to, you know, she'd be playing the same as she was playing a, you know, $2 home game against their friends. She's, you know, it's there's a lot of money on the line here, and
Yeah, okay.
No, but we're the same.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's not getting through.
She should be completely
Yeah.
there, but just Dipper floated her with the ace high.
Like?
That's how things go down. And,
No problem.
you know, they're definitely not
So I said
bending completely the ace-6 hand, which was something
we almost take
completely out of the ordinary. We were shocked to see that go in, but again, she was good.
She was good, and you know, if she's playing on a feel, which you know she clearly is, her feel has been impeccable.
We've already had a rejection. We played.
But as I said before, I think at some point she is going to get caught because you just can't keep doing it all the time.
Yeah.
Apologies, guys, for that little sound issue there, but we were just talking about
I didn't realise how much I had.
potentially with these lines that Liz is taking, there's only so many bluffs we can get through. There's only so many 3x overbet pot jams we can get through. There's only so many 40, 50 big blind jams we can get through as well, you know. But there's only 3 left that doesn't have to get through much longer.
She could get extremely lucky here and hit a couple of callers and win them, and it's going to end very quickly. Yeah, he's back on now. Thank you for that. We just lost Braden for a tick.
But you didn't
Sounds
win.
like I'm talking to myself, which I do often, but not in commentary.
$160.
I will let you know. I'm sure we've got a lot of viewers on the stream down in Melbourne and in Victoria that we are working really hard to bring an APT event down to Melbourne. Most of you would be aware that the poker laws vary across states, and we're really restricted down in Victoria with what we can do, but we've got some ideas.
We might have just missed something we've been alluded to in the comments.
No, I did hear that.
You did. Was it when my mic was off potentially? But,
yeah. Dipper was talking about how many chips you've got and maybe some sort of a deal.
He won't do
you know, I think that Hegor, we're being reliably informed that Hegor turned that down, but I'd be shocked if at any point in this tournament Hegor would be looking for a deal. That doesn't seem like in his makeup at all, and he wants to. I can't recall ever anyone winning back-to-back grinds. That would be some type of accomplishment. We've got multiple duplicate grind winners, but back-to-back, you know, Hegor wants that title to himself, no deal, and you know, Dipper suggested that, and it seems to be quickly shut down.
10 or 15?
Small blind.
No.
No, players don't give away. They sell. No, they don't swap 50.
No, they don't swap 50.
No, if players are swapping, they're swapping between 2 and 10.
You know, and I feel like, especially we saw how much momentum, you know, what a momentum swinging hand that ace-9 was when he called off Dipper with the jack high. When he called off with ace high versus Dipper's jack high, you know, Dipper wasn't as jovial, and you know that swung the whole tournament. And Hegor's going to feel like he's got that edge there, that he's got some type of read that he wants to capitalise on. So very doubtful we'll see any type of chop.
In all honesty, I'm not going to be surprised if whoever wins this. I think all three are as good a chance as anyone. Honestly, the way that Liz has been, you know, reading the table and running, she's as good a chance as anyone. This is obviously a very good flop for the dipster.
Interesting. Going to see Hegor. You know, this is one of my favourite sayings in poker. Call with devious intentions. Definitely not looking to, depending on what our turn card is, definitely not looking to. Now he's been checked too. We just have to fire with the 8-9 of clubs. We can't check. Okay, I'm not.
Did
8-6 king queen 8-9
so
queen 10.
Dipper
We do
with
have
the
that
check
backdoor straight draw, but you know, maybe that's not a card that felt that Hegor had any advantage with. You know, we do have that 9 working in our hand to block Jack 9. We don't block Ace Jack, but decided that wasn't the turn card that he wanted to barrel. But now we're here and facing this bet. Is there any chance that we can get a little spicy? You know, we can't really just call this combination of hand and play it passively on later streets. We've got to have a think about.
It looks like he called.
Okay, the board's wrong. It's got to be.
I don't.
Has to be. He didn't call with 9 high. Did he?
No, I think he raised. Did he? It's really hard to tell. Really hard to tell what happened there.
Well, okay. You know, trying to think through what Hegel was thinking there.
On the odd occasion, we do get a graphic error because that didn't make any sense, did it?
Well, I mean, he can float there if he wants. It's not the combo we tend to do that with, but now he's called the river. We've got to maybe try and confirm that middle card was in fact an 8, not a 6. Or he's just called Dipper down with
well, he had nothing.
No, he's got 9 high, so we beat some. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, there was probably an error there. Yeah, we will move it on. I've got a feeling one of the cards in his that he was holding must have been misread there.
I mean. Look, I think on this run out, Dipper's going to have some of this low stuff that I'm just trying to think in Igor's shoes to think about why we'd call there with 9 high. We have a lot of those junky type of raises from the small blind that are in Dipper's range for sure. But he called 9 high relatively quickly there, and
she's unbelievable. she's pushed all in there.
Has she?
Yeah, and won the pot.
You know, this is this time she had the best hand.
But the read is just incredible. Her read is amazing.
No, we can confirm that he definitely put chips in the pot on the river.
It did look like he called.
No, he definitely called. But whether or not we had that right, we've had 2 misreads in the last 2 days. Matty Gin folding the 6-7 of spades, which he confirmed with us wasn't the case, and Michelle the day before with King 2 offsuit. So it can happen, but
we'll try and find that out for you. But,
yeah, very interesting.
Anyway, it's probably not a tournament definer, but I'll tell you what, if you thought that Liz is going to back off.
You know, I think that it's only a matter of time before.
Well, that's the issue.
She runs into it, but you know, this is one tournament. She may run into it in the next 10, but this tournament doesn't have that long to go, and she keeps getting away with it. These unconventional plays that we don't see from players usually at this final table that's worked every time. You know, she doesn't have that many more hands to get through to the trophy, so it's certainly been entertaining nonetheless.
All right, so Dipper's called with the Jack 9 against the Ace 6. King 3-2 doesn't really help anybody. No one holding a spade. Hegel bets his ace. Dipper decides to have a look. One more card, perhaps. See if you can make anything out of this. Doesn't hit there either. It's not coming along again.
100,000 for big lottery. 50,100.
A big hand. I was going to check raise you on the turn. Lucky I never, eh? Hey? Do it once.
We're back, are we?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that we're not on when we're not on. So, Elizabeth now first to act with the Jack 10.
Twist it for me.
310. 6 raise. 301.
No, sorry, 10's verse 7.
310.
310 and the Ace 6 again for Hegel.
Players in the Super, please. This is your 90-second.
Makes a call. It's interesting just calling there.
Are we... Has Elizabeth gone with the...
All in a pole.
All in.
What?
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 Wow.
All right, we've got an all-in call on the grind.
Oh, so it's 6-7. It's 6-7, all right. So
Okay, so it's not A6.
it's not A6. It's 6-7.
We're in a little bit of shock. All right, no, so maybe an issue there with Hegor's reader
Yeah.
being the second time that this...
Yeah, it's looking
Maybe
like
we didn't have the 8-9 of clubs there before, but...
Yeah, we're not seeing it. So a jack or a 10 or an 8 to make. Oh, an 8 makes it straight. And that's it.
It's all over. He goes out. He's drawing dead.
Run good. Run good.
Oh my lord, okay, that time she has run well. That's the first time that there was probably a misplay there, and
Unbelievable.
It didn't matter in the end.
matter.
Maybe she would have got there all those other times as well. As Hegor takes a bit of a beat there.
wow.
This is some type of...
She's having a dipper run. That's what she's doing. She's run into the original runner, and
I can't describe the hands we're seeing here.
all right, so firstly, congrats, Hegor. Played unbelievable. Yeah.
He played so well, it was not even funny. He had dipper in the palm of his hand, and no one's been getting close to dipper this week.
We're going to digest that and probably get rid of some of it too, because it was. I mean, I'm still in a little bit of shock, but I'm in some ways I'm not, because this is just, she has run like a train here, and so Liz goes heads up with dipper. They're going to sort out their chips and their and probably have a little refreshment while they get themselves ready for heads up. We're going to do the same. We'll be back here shortly with heads up play in the grind.
All right, Dipper, catching up with you here on the break of the Players' Champs. Now, I was going to congratulate you for your victory the other day. I'm not sure if I should or not, because you did beat me heads up, but you went into the final table as the short stack, and you're running up all the way to the win. You dominated four-handed. Talk about how you did it.
Mate, look, I always back myself when I'm short stack if I can just get one double and get enough chips to play a little bit of poker.
Yeah.
I back myself. I've been in that position a lot. So I got my double and then waited for a few of the short stacks to go. They went early, and then I knew I had to take the man with the chips on. I knew we were going to clash, and yeah, you're the guy that I knew I probably had to beat when you had like 5 or 6 million chips at one stage.
Yeah.
So
you've had an amazing 2024. Have you put all your success down to the way that you've played? When we got to four-handed, you really dominated. Is that why you've had so much success for the year?
I have. I've had a lot of seconds, and I felt I was a little bit passive. So the only way I feel now is get on the attack. Don't worry about spots. Play your cards, play the man, and go for broke, mate.
And we played together basically all of day one on the same table, and the spots you put people in, there's no wonder you get to the final table with all of those chips. So good luck in the Players' Champs. And I heard that you shouted dinner, which doesn't surprise me after the Players' Champs. Any truth to that?
Mate, I'm happy to shout the whole room. When I won the WPT ring, I actually shouted every poker player a drink.
Right? That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
So, mate, when I win, everyone wins. So that's the way to go, right?
All right, thanks for your time, mate. I appreciate it.
500 more.
You need your Sonny's.
Yeah, put it there. That's
So welcome back to what is undoubtedly going to be a very exciting conclusion to the grind. With what we've seen so far, absolutely anything could happen, and we're now heads up. It's Elizabeth and Dipper.
225.
Pretty major hand to get us to heads up, as it's been all the way through. Liz hitting the straight on the turn. I welcome Braden Jinks back in. He's been flushing his face and hair with cold water just to get over what he's been seeing here. It's been it's been fun at the very least.
Oh, it's been so entertaining. We've had 3 days straight of amazing poker for you guys to be able to watch, and I know a lot of these stream numbers and comments that people, you know, have been very complimentary, but we know in the end a lot of those people are just tuning in to watch Dipper.
So he's ridden the Big Dipper on this table. He was massive chip leader when we started with 9. He got caught in quicksand for a fair while and was very quiet for Dipper, very quiet. Elizabeth pushed all in with a King 7, and Dipper folds his Ace 9. So this is, I think, what we're going to be seeing.
I mean, look what's going on here. Oh my goodness gracious me.
But yeah, Dipper's really, as I say, he's had the Big Dipper. The ride at Luna Park is apt for him, and after getting stuck in the mud for a while and going very quiet and not much happening his way, he had a massive double up, took Noman out, and we don't really need to tell you about Elizabeth. She's taken off the glasses, which could be her problem, because I'm pretty sure those glasses helped her see what the cards were. So the way she was playing, it was almost like she knew exactly what everyone was holding, except for that very last hand where she made a very, very loose all-in and got very lucky to hit the straight, and that's what's brought her here in heads-up play. And she's a decent chip leader at this stage, 5 million to about 3.
okay. Thank you.
And she's being generous. I'll let you win this one, she says. I know we like to have a little bit of unders overs side betting here on this stuff. I'm going to put a very solid bet in that this is going to go for under half an hour, because I cannot see this lasting the way, especially the way Liz is playing, and, you know.
Just open jamming the King 7 there on Queen 3-3-3.
Yeah.
I don't see a way in which this goes for a time in which the stacks dictate it should go.
Yes, I mean, this could potentially be a very, very long heads up, but
we're very, very deep here, but Liz doesn't care about that. She's playing her cards the way she wants to play them, putting everyone to the test.
Dipper's going to play the 3 and get a fold. Pair of 3s enough.
Slowly cooled back to 3.5 already in the space of a couple of hands heads up.
Well, we are playing 50-100 with 100 big blinds, so there's, you know, a little bit on the table each time before they even put extra money in. But it's just the nature of the play. I mean, you know, we think that Liz is going hard. Dipper is renowned for going extremely hard.
Oh, I've got a pair.
Pair would have been good enough for 35 big blinds to Dipper versus Liz, but we just want to reiterate, we just went heads up here in the grind with Hegor busting. Bit of a bad beat there, the way that hand played out, but we are heads up. No deal has been made. I don't think we'd ever see Dipper make a deal, as we've mentioned so many times in the past. He's not here for the money. He's here for the trophy, the ring, the win. He's a competitive beast, you know, and the deal's not something that's going to interest him. The only thing that interests Dipper is winning.
He's going to run out of fingers if he wins this for the rings as well, because he's absolutely been on. I mean, we've been talking about Elizabeth's play, but Dip has been incredible here this week. Absolutely incredible.
Just to recap, first in the Joe Hasham deep stack for $22,500 on Monday night, late into the night, took that trophy home. The next day, our first day of coverage, third in the Players' Championship for around $10,000 to $12,000. Spun up a small blind and a half. He was all in for 14K at 10K, 20K. And within 10 hands, had a million chips.
Yeah.
It was one of the most incredible things to behold. And then tonight, 2 days later, here he is, heads up. What a week it would be if he takes this down. We're looking at 33, 78, nearly $80,000 in cashes from, you know, the Joe Hasham Deep Stack is a $500 buy-in event. He takes home 40, 45 buy-ins there. You know, here's another 40 buy-ins, and plus that score in the Players' Champs, another 10. Goodness me, 90 buy-ins in the space of 3 days for a live tournament poker player. Is no run like this.
No.
Incredible from Dipper.
And if you are in the area, if he looks like he's going to win this, I'd get down in a hurry, because I guarantee he'll be shouting everybody here.
If you want a drink, get down.
The most generous bloke. He's going to show. I reckon he'd do it even if he finished the second. He's just had such a great run.
Dipper famously shouted the bar at Star Casino when he won his WPT ring. We are unsure of what the bill was at the end of the night, but it did happen. Many poker players can attest to that, and Dipper's favourite saying, when I win, everyone wins. So.
I was going to raise anyways.
A lot of interest in the room. There's a fair rail watching this
This is what I mean,
feature
mate.
table,
What do you want me to do?
RFID table. And we've also got the early stages of the Goliath going on outside, which is our 2.5K buy-in event. Now, you probably know better than I do, but you can buy into that until when?
We've got the Goliath on day 2, so it starts tomorrow, and you can buy into the end of level 11.
11. So they're out there playing it already. There's 40 odd players.
Yeah. And we can just off the top of my head, I think we can buy in tomorrow at around the 20 to 25 big blind mark. Now, we've changed the grind here at APT and also changed the Goliath as well. So you used to be able to buy in at the start of the day at 40 big blinds. Not sure that's the case anymore, but we can still flick it in tomorrow with 25 big blinds. Plenty of playability if we want to late reg that tournament. And probably half, you know, 2/3 of the field will be, a third of the field, sorry, would be eliminated by then. So.
All right, hang on. This is Liz's ace 6. She's raised it up.
I think we're going to see fireworks here. And ace heads up for Liz. She's shown a naked all in.
She's not going. If she calls this, she's not. No,
she called the ace 6 first, Anya, and we're heads up.
She did. But she hasn't got those X-ray glasses on anymore.
Call.
She did.
Call. Oh my goodness me! Here we go. This is it. This is Dipper holds here.
He's going to have a massive chip lead if he holds with the ace queen.
What Dipper's ace of hearts, queen of diamonds.
And if
versus
somehow
ace of diamonds, 6 of clubs, Dipper is at risk.
If somehow Liz can spike a 6 or some other combination, this is going to be over.
Oh!
6 and a queen.
I need to
Look at that. 6 and a queen.
Did you say the 6 first like me?
I did, yes.
I'm scared. I'm shitting myself.
Another 6
ace.
will do the job, she says. He's 92%
An
here.
And an ace on the river so you can have a full house.
But you still lose.
Careful what you ask for.
No, don't ask for that, Dip.
Hey!
There it is.
Deuce of diamonds.
Now they are embracing each other, but the tournament is not over.
No, I think Dipper thought he won there for a second, but she's still got a fair few chips, Dip.
16 big lines, got piles. I think that prediction you've made of us not being here for too much longer is going to come to fruition.
The ace 6, it was so good for her, and there it was not so good for her.
That ace 6 call versus Anya was definitely on the more unconventional side, and it worked out the best for her. And you know, if we're calling ace 6-0 5-handed, there's no way we're probably going to be folding it heads up. You know, that ace 6 hand there previous when we were 5-handed changed the whole tournament. Took us down to 4 players. There was probably no way she was ever going to fold the ace 6 there.
No. Yeah, they can get another one. She's only got 3.5?
3.2, you have 3.255.
Okay, yeah.
So 1 million.
Just confirming stacks here, Princess.
3 million, 3.2.
The best dealers in the room.
And great girl, very, very popular in the room.
APT trophy winner as well.
Yes, I was about to say, and can play.
7.5.
I don't think that I've heard noise in the room like the night she won that. It wasn't a huge event, but just having one of their own win, the dealers
So well
absolutely
liked.
went nuts. And all the staff, she's very, very popular.
Did you see I had to hit the pin, mate?
I did.
I told you that. I said it.
Yeah. First card to 6.
Yeah. Fucking followed.
You know, this is what we spoke about. These incredibly aggressive, unconventional plays from Liz that have worked so often. They've worked all day. They've obviously worked prior to us, you know, being on stream for her to accumulate all of these chips. And, you know, there's going to be a time where she got caught. She did get caught by the Brazilian.
Jeez,
got there on the turn.
It looked for a second she wasn't going to get caught. I mean, we both saw the 6
in the river,
first.
6 in the window.
In the window, we both saw that first.
But, you know, it just couldn't, she couldn't get one more through. The ace 6 there, good enough for her. Heads up, and we saw that 6 in the window, but we've got to remember she is all in against Dipper.
Yeah. And it's a long way from over. One more double up there, even in chips, so...
Absolutely.
Just still... be interesting to see if she still keeps playing as aggressively.
14 bigs behind now.
Yeah, it's going to put the pressure on now. Dip's got enough chips to do that.
Love it. We've got this Queen of Hearts working for us as well, and Liz is just going to peel off the stone gutter here, 30 to 13.
That's really all she's got here is, as far as she can see anyway, is the gutter. Or the 6.
Well, the 6 will do. Not sure we'll barrel this if we're Dipper, I don't think, but be surprised to see this go check, check. Yeah, Dipper's just giving up on this hand now, don't blame him. And that 6 is going to be... Oh! All right, well, I'll give up. Wow. I give up on what I'm going to...
I mean, she's...
Is this for value? Is it a bluff? I'm unsure, but... This is...
that's an unnecessary bet, to be honest, isn't it? But, okay.
You know, once we call it... I think the strategy talks out the window at the moment.
Yeah.
I can't... I'm never going to be able to predict what's going to happen here. And, you know, we want to use that hand as a bluff catcher, but after we peel that gutter on the turn, but, you know, maybe that was for value and we press on. Back to 19 big blinds, Liz.
Gives that up.
You know, what a tournament change. You know, that look, we've got to be honest here that the ace 6 hand here heads up where we all we see is the raise and Dipper's massive jam, but what we don't know is Dipper knows how likely she was going to call off with worse. That's why we saw Dipper put in 35 big blind jam with ace queen. He knew his customer, and look what happened. The ace 6 that served her so well against Anya in 5th didn't serve her well here, but you know that's why Dipper took that jam. And you know, we're going back to see how clever Dipper actually is when he plays. You know, he's done that on purpose. No, doesn't want it to be over and done with. Just knew his customer.
And quite prophetic, isn't it? That, you know, we both did say that eventually, it might not even be this tournament, but eventually this is going to catch up with Elizabeth, and it was exactly the same hand that she got caught on, that she'd actually, you know, changed the tournament with earlier, and it was the one that has cost her big time in heads up.
300.
Dipper can't show down 5 high. He knows that. It's going to get
No
through.
good.
Lots of love for Liv in the chat. Everyone's been getting around these plays that are from a playbook that.
Well, whose playbook is it?
Help us out here. Help us out here.
Yeah.
But you know, it's got. She came to that final stream with 5 players on each table, 10 left with all those chips. We worked out pretty quickly how she accumulated those. You know, a lot of love in the chat that Liz is the GOAT. We can see how many times these bluffs would have worked in the past, and it's got it all the way to heads up.
We did see Anya come through here after she'd been eliminated, and I think she gave Liz the greatest backhanded compliment. I don't think she even meant it like that, but she said, I could not figure out what she was doing the whole time. But isn't that the best poker player when your other players have no idea what you're doing? So
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I mean, the look on Naman's face after Anya busted or said 1,000 words, basically. But, you know, this is what got her here. 5 of these bluffs folded out better hands. At the final table, she got caught once by Hegel and won anyway. She's run her equity. This is her style. Let's get around it. But Dipper's got a big chip lead here, and it's going to be hard to overcome. Love that from you, John. Has anyone got any Panadol? Liz is next level. I'm going to need something a little stronger than Panadol. I don't really know what I've been seeing here tonight, but...
has she just, she's
just
gone all in, just,
I mean,
well,
this
fair
is
enough,
good.
yeah. No, it's fair
Ace
enough.
10 for 20. It's always going to be good heads up. We're just assuming every time we see those hands fly and her saying all in that it's going to be some wacky stuff.
That's pretty regulation there. The Fat Duck, yes, this is heads up. Last 2.
Yeah, you had me. I folded, didn't I?
Seen some great poker to this point.
Hey?
But honestly, the way the chips are flying around,
Trying
it
to give Martin, mate. He's hanging around.
We are
Something to cheer.
And you guys don't
one decent hand away from this finishing, or potentially Liz making this very even again. Ace 9 suited. Again, a hand we've seen, feels like, a hell of a lot of on this final table.
Ace 9's definitely been the hand of this FT, and Dipper dominated there. Dipper's looking really composed here. He's a little bit different demeanour after he got picked off by Hegel with that bluff. But he's not being the jovial Dipper we know either. I think we can see he's really locked in. He wants this victory. He loves winning. And I can just see he's got that eye of the tiger, as Bert Perry mentioned before.
He's got back to work, hasn't he? He really celebrated that big hand a little while ago when he won with the ace-queen. He actually celebrated that like he thought he'd actually won.
I think he might have thought he did, to be honest.
But he has, you know, knuckled down and got back to work. Dipper, again, hits the bottom of that flop. Nothing at all for Liz. 3-1 chip lead. And a reminder, it's 45k for the winner. Good money, that is. 28 and a bit for runner-up.
Take that any day. 28 buy-ins.
All in with the Jack 6. Jack 6.
I mean, look at this. Liz has just open whacked the 21 big blinds from the button with Jack 6 suited. Your prediction is literally going to be proven correct anytime soon. I think this is...
yeah, you can't keep just pushing in.
And just you're going to have to run into it at some point. But she doubles up. She's chip leader.
Well, that's right. I mean, she might push in with something a fair bit stronger than Jack 6. Here she's saying, let's just go all in, all in. I think she wants to go to bed. She's had enough. 8-6 for Dipper.
200.
200. I think that's... Did she just call? I can't work this out. It's called then with the King 7. Okay.
What was that?
400.
Tipper.
Decision here with his backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, there's a bit there, and obviously the 7's going to give him the straight. Might just hang on to his chips here, I think.
Yeah, looks that way.
She's inching closer.
Miracles. Up and down, different.
Down, up and down. He calls. Needed a miracle card there.
Yeah. There you go. And I'm trying to hit a gutty.
If I win,
Yes.
I give you the ring and the trophy. Because I don't need it.
Wow.
Relax, will you?
Wow.
You can win it.
Yeah. Of course you can.
Well, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think he's going to want the trophy if he doesn't win it. So I think Dipper's very focused on taking that trophy and that ring on his own accord, not being gifted it by finishing second, even though that's a lovely offer from Liz.
You're fighting back. You're playing well.
Well, I have to fight
Complimentary
all
there
my
from
life.
Dipper,
Yeah.
saying Liz is playing well.
So,
You spun that 13 big blinds up all the way to 25, and ace queen again here for Dipper on the button.
If Elizabeth sees something here, this could be it.
It will be it. It's just guaranteed. Any type of ace, king X. We'll just see a call.
Just called.
Goodness me.
They're going to tell us. We don't know what she's got at the moment, which is interesting.
King 7 again.
All for the players in the main flight D, your blinds are up 4,000, 8,000.
Just to recap, we are heads up here in the
As
in the
all
grind with
players
$45,000 up
in
top.
the
But,
main flight D, your blinds are up.
if anyone is familiar with the Australian poker scene, they'll know that there'll be no deal made when Dipper's heads up. It's not about the money for Dipper, it's about the thrill of the victory, and we'll have no deal here made at any point, and we'll be playing right through to the end.
She's coming along. Only Queen's going to win this for her, though. Oh, wow.
call.
Call.
500 and call. Elizabeth's going to be extremely short after seeing the ace. Dipper picks up about $1 million in chips there.
You got me.
I got you that
And
time.
You got me. Oh, God. This has been nothing short of one of the most entertaining final tables you'll see. We thought we had it good in the Players' Chance where Dipper was third in that too, but goodness me, this has really matched that.
The pressure. You put, like the 10 comes, I'm sitting there going,
He's such a
"Oh,
great guy to play
if you went
against.
all
He's
in, I had a
amazing.
headache."
He's absolutely amazing.
He's making her feel so good about being here and her achievement. It's really lovely when it's so easy to, you know, become a bit of a beast and try and use your dominance, and
anything. I'm
but
happy to go.
he's going the other way.
200.
Just a 7-5 now for Tipper. And
Thanks. Check.
not much on there.
We want to hit our gutties.
Folds again. Little win for Elizabeth. She's going to need a few now. This table's starting to feel a bit lopsided. It's been great spending this evening with you, Braden. I think the viewers have really appreciated your insight as well.
I've had an absolute ball. It's great. It's great being in here with you, and you know we've got a lot of tournament coverage to come over the next 3 days after this as well. But we're just doing our best here in the booth to try and bring you a high quality stream. You know, feedback's been great, but I'm gonna take all that away from us. The play has really helped us.
Oh, wow.
The play has really helped us. We've had the players, we've had the names at our final table. The quality's been there. You know, some legends of Australian poker have been on these final tables. It's made our job really, really easy.
So Liz with a Queen 7 here, leads out. All in from, what's he got for an all in?
So can't call this one off.
I wouldn't have thought she can call with a Queen 7.
Fours. Fours, very reasonable stuff. And she's in the tank here, Elizabeth.
She's called.
Oh my
she
goodness
has called.
gracious me. Here we go.
All right.
Ray's calling off the Queen 7-0. Let's see if this one pays off. So many have been. So many of these moves have paid off for Liz up until heads up. One more hand to go.
And she's not that big a dog. She's got two live cards
It's
here.
a flip. It's what we call in the industry a fake flip. It's going to be hard to come back from this, I think.
3.
A 3 will wrap it up. Another 2. Just got a fade, a 7 and a Queen. And we have a new champ.
A 7, a Queen.
Yeah!
The 4 for good measure. Just to ram it home. Finish off with a full house. And Tipper takes it. Takes it out.
You're a lovely lady.
Champion.
I enjoyed that.
And he's made Elizabeth feel so good about her play
What
as
a
well.
legend. What an absolute legend.
Very erratic.
Erratic.
Erratic, that's
Erratic.
one way. That's one adjective we didn't use up in here, but Dipper was out there, and that's the word he's used.
Not yet, not yet.
There he is.
What a legend.
So Dipper, who took out the Hashem Deep Stack, who finished 3rd in the Players' Championship and now takes out the grind. What a run this guy is having here at the Southport Sharks. Whatever happens in his poker career, he will remember this week forever. Fantastic man, generous man. I think I already heard him yell out, "I'm shouting the bar." And
unbelievable.
What a great achievement. He picks up another trophy, and of course that beautiful Drakakis ring, which will have to go on his other ring finger.
Might have to start going on the feet at this point.
He picked up a ring for winning the Hashem, and now he gets another one. For winning the Drakakis Players Championship. Now he gets another ring.
No, he got the ring. He got the ring in the deep stack, 3rd in the Players Championship. He's got that
deep stack.
WPT ring as well.
I can't keep up with him.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You know, lots of love for Dipper in the chat here. What an incredible run.
Yeah.
3 days of poker. This has been unbelievable.
You've done well.
So complimentary of Liz. He is as well. What a gentleman.
Yeah, I'm glad. That's a nice trip for you.
I hope you've enjoyed it. You're not going to see poker like this very often, so I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We're going to let it run, and you'll be able to see the man himself be presented with the trophy and the ring, get his crew in there for a photo. But for us, we're out. Privileged again to have a great night of poker, and we'll be back here around dinner time tomorrow.
Incredible night. Thanks for having us.
Tell your friends.
Yeah, we'll
join in. And we'll be back from the Southport Sharks again tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks, Braden. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.